YouTube is early access. It's fine. Hear that, YouTube? You're early access. I mean, technically, the Twitch stream is early access. You get to watch me waking up. You know, by the time we have 5 people watching on YouTube, there's already, you know, 133 people watching on Twitch. I'm just saying. Hi, me at work in a week. There you go, QN Green Tea. There you go. Also, to the people watching on YouTube, does it look less blurry than yesterday? I've swapped the codec and increased the bitrate by 8 times. So hopefully it looks better than yesterday. All right, so we are diving back into the calamities that we started yesterday, which was in this one, I think. Nope. Yes, Ghostrazor. So Ghostrazor is the second attempt, because the first iteration of Ghostrazor didn't end so well. The first iteration of Ghostrazor kind of found a scary demon that killed all of us, which I will hopefully have a highlight video up of tomorrow. The second iteration of Ghostrazor, that's it. The second iteration of Ghostrazor is same world, same faction, same goal, ! Halloween, should work in both chats. And Ghostrazor is our second attempt of doing the same thing in the same world, with hopefully not dying to a demon made of gold. Well, the reason it's called Ghostrazor is because I am not allowed to memorialize any dwarves. Uh-oh. It appears that Nightbot is still being mean. Well, at least some things never change. Maybe I could, like, go over to Nightbot's dashboard and, like, nerf Nightbot. Nightbot, can I... Spam protection. Okay, disable. Actually, I will enable that one. That's fine. Disable. We'll leave that enabled and disabled. So I've now disabled excess caps, excess emotes, and excess symbols on Nightbot. Hopefully, Nightbot is less of a douche in the other chat. It's been a long time since I've used Nightbot, so you're gonna have to bear with me. You know? And over here on Twitch chat, you know, we have our cool bot who's very nice. Also, hi, Ivan K. Lord. What's up? How's things? Big Sparn as well. Good morning. Dark and Dawn. How's things? All right, so let's play some Spooky Fort. In regards to VODs will be still going up on the extras channel. I'm not changing anything. VODs are going up where they've always gone up. The streams will remain unlisted after the streams are over. Because I do not want to clog up people's, what's the word? I don't want to clog up people's subscription box with live streams, because that's rude. Anyway, so this is the fortress as it currently stands. Yes, we are at layer -110. Yes, that is the lava sea. I'm digging out a hole down here. This kind of looks ugly as hell right now, but we're working on it. We are working on it. Hopefully we will be able to fix things. Don't mind the fact that there's mud down here. I was building a well, and it got a little bit overflowy. Okay, so don't worry about it. It's fine. Speaking of things that are fine, I'm going to dig through this obsidian. We have 17 dwarves in the fort. Deaths have been minimal. By that, I mean, I don't think we've actually lost any dwarves yet, have we? Yeah, no dwarves in this particular fort just yet. So one of the rules of this fort is I'm not allowed to bury or memorialize any dwarves. So if a dwarf dies, we're going to have ghosts. And that is it. Period. That is the beginning, the end. That is everything. So that is the whole plan. We are simply dealing with problems as they come. And there's a Crundle leg over here, I think. Crundle arm over here. We keep getting assaulted by Crundles. We do actually have access to one cavern layer right now, which is this cavern layer. Currently, literally just this corner, I just have 3 more tiles that we need to clear up, and then we're just going to lock this door, and then that's going to be it for the caverns, hopefully. Hopefully they can just leave us alone for a bit. We are completely out of pigtails seeds, it appears. Let's go see if I can get some farming jobs going. I don't actually know where I've put my farming workshop, which means I need to find that. Did I put a farming workshop somewhere? Okay, I got a kitchen and a still. Do I have something up here? Nope. Guess I was going to build that and then didn't. Turns out that's a common feature of me. I was going to build a thing and then I didn't. Speaking of a thing that I was going to do and then I didn't, let's read out the names of the dwarves alive in the fort. So Akre migrated over from the other fort and we're working very hard to make them less pissed off. Amber-esque over here is very happy and is butchering an animal. We have Amethyst, we have Bastet, we have Bobtron, Celastaris, Darren Sullivan, and Jangles, Lanix, Optimus, as well as Ravager, Ravagor, Rory, Rusty, Sanic RS, Telenartho, Top Key 1, and Wiz the God. So, doing all that, and the goal for this fort, once again, is to start a civil war, make a lot of ghosts appear, and then kill all of the dwarves all at once when we get attacked by our own faction. That is the goal. We have until Halloween. If I don't complete it, I don't complete it. But that is what I would like to do. Any unnamed dwarves available? Nope. Nope. We are naming all of the dwarves as they arrive in migrant waves. That is how we are doing that. So there's currently 17 dwarves, and all 17 of them have names. And you'll only get 1 dwarf, glass half empty, and if they die, they'll become a green dwarf. And I just got to say, power tools and a beer. I saw you follow when I was offline just now and thought to myself, man, that is a perfect username. We don't have power tools, but we do have more beer than a normal person should have. Also, now I'm going to confuse everybody by doing a thing on the Discord. So if you'll pardon me for a second, phone calls are annoying when they ask if you're having lunchies with the best bourbon. Baked potatoes scorch the tongue because they do be toasty, though. Because they do be toasty, though? That's a sentence. I'm just going to put a period down because I feel like it should end there. And also, hey, Jaffox. Let's make us a couple armor shops. Because I think I had some, and I'm pretty sure I deleted them. The other problem that we're running into in this fort right now is I have 3 squads. Including one that's just doing martial arts most of the time. And a total of 17 dwarves. Meaning we really don't have enough dwarves to do all of these tasks right now. So jobs take forever to get done currently. So, like, this is just going to sit here inactive for a bit. We're also in mid-autumn. We did just trade. So trading is done. And we appear to be fighting with Crundles again. Well, that's good. I also need to get these dead Crundles out of here. Okay, so something I need to do. I need to make a... I need to make a trash disposal unit. And I need to figure out how to do that cleanly. Could probably do that over here, actually. Maybe... And Jaffox, thank you very much for the 3rd month, and happy Halloween to you too. I think we're just going to slowly dig out this, and I'm going to put it over here. And Murphist as well, with the Prime for 15 months. It's good to have you around, dude. You have a question. Are artifact doors and hatches unbreakable by building destroyers? Yes and no. So I don't exactly know what the limitations are, but simply put, sometimes yes, sometimes no. And I realize that ain't simple. Because what I've noticed is most things don't get destroyed by building destroyers until they do. which I know is like the most non-answer and not even remotely helpful, but it's pretty perplexing because like I got attacked once by an army of intelligent undead and necromancer experiments, and they ripped locked doors off the hinges, which demons used to do. Locked doors. This was recently. They were also toppling locked hatches. So I don't know what they had different than every other like group that I've had to deal with in this game for a while, but and almost immediately leave. Yeah, that's pretty normal. So what that usually means is that they are a scouting party, or they invaded you on accident because they didn't know that you're there. It's one of the two. Either you just pulled a Liechtenstein, they didn't know that you were there, and they invaded you on accident, or they're just simply a scouting party that is just there to make sure that you are worth invading. I'm just real quick building a trash disposal thing. You were worried the game was bugged? No, not bugged. Can assure you that the game is in fact not bugged. But if they're invading you on accident, it means that they are a faction that isn't aware of your faction's existence. That is invading you because they were going to go invade somebody else. Just making sure I'm doing this correctly and not like letting lava into the fort. They invaded you on accident and planning to invade somebody else, but you just happened to be in the way of it. Also good to hear that the YouTube stream looks better this time. Hell yeah. We're doing it live and it's a work in progress. Jangles has been found dead, dehydrated. Ooh. I guess I didn't make a well quick enough? Shit. Well, it begins. I know this dwarf did get pretty beaten up. And I need to get rid of this. So that dwarf did get pretty beaten up by a bunch of Crundles. So we've lost Jangles. Our first hunting begins, probably. A minor, in fact. So I need to figure out where to put the bodies. I need to figure out where to put the bodies. I'm thinking maybe just up here. We'll do 2 stockpiles. Now, I'm not allowed to memorialize them, chat. Am I allowed to throw them into lava? It's not ripped because there will be no peace. So I am allowed to throw them into lava? Okay. Thank you for confirming that, chat room. Just filling this up with boulders. And we're going to teach you guys how to make an automatic body disposal unit. Can we have a flesh pit instead? I'm thinking our dead we'll throw into lava. You feed bodies to the pigs. Pigs don't eat anything. So no. No, I cannot. Does lava prevent ghosts? No. Zombie pit would be pretty cool. Yeah, but I need zombies first, or the ability to make zombies. And also, zombie pits are pretty cool until you actually build one. And having actually built one, they cause a lot of lag. Like, a lot of lag. And they also, like, scare your dwarves, so if they see it, they run away screaming. So they're kind of a pain to build. But we could do a zombie pit of sorts. We're also going to put here, but I'm not going to put leather. Or rather, skin. Am I looking at the wrong one? I know I don't want to put bones in here. This is something that, like... Something that always confuses me that then I always find it when I go looking for it later. Alligator hair? Well, I mean, if an alligator happens to have hair. But I'm always, like, concerned that there's the possibility that those are going to... I'm always concerned that there's a possibility that it's going to throw out materials that I actually need. Let's get rid of those. Load from here. Load corpses. And refuse. And we're going to put a zinc minecart on here. It's going to be a spooky fort, Frank. At least that's the intent. The intention is to create a spooky fort. Only if they kill your dwarves before they can dig into the lava. They kill your dwarves before they can dig into the lava. I will say this. I'm going to make a zinc statue for every dwarf that dies. Because I would like to memorialize them in some way, but I don't want to... I don't want to get rid of the ghosts, right? So we just lost Jangles. Jangles. We're going to make a zinc statue of Jangles. Hopefully that works. So now, this skull, this Crundle skull here, is going to get picked up here and then thrown into the lava. Very simple. It just, they automatically load everything that ends up in here, like this Crundle head scale, and it goes into the minecart and it immediately goes into lava. Great. I lost 2 dwarves? Who was the other dwarf that I lost? Oh, you're right. I did also lose Telenartho. Well, we'll also make a statue for Telenartho then.
Oh no, Telen.
Exactly, Defiler. Oh no, Telen. You are correct. We just lost a second dwarf. In fact, I have a feeling we're about to lose a third dwarf. You also die of dehydration. Did I absolutely did make a well. Is it not functional yet? That's why there's water everywhere. I built a well. Right here. The well is functional. Oh, I see. I never set it as a water source. Well, that's no bueno. Let's double check something. I do, in fact, have pretty much everything I need. So it was literally just we didn't have water. Welp. You just lost a whole party in wizardry. Probably shouldn't plan on getting anything done today. Died in a video game. And they died from a clerical... I mean, if I restart the fort, we would probably get them back. But that would be cheating. That would, in fact, be cheating. There's plenty of dwarf in the sea. I don't know about that, man. I do not know about that. I will say, I really hope we get migrants. Because I'm pretty sure we weren't able to trade. But I'm going to start digging out down here. Although I kind of have to keep an eye and make sure we don't accidentally dig into a scary fun spire like the one right there. Just don't want that to happen. Just don't do that. Dig around it. Although it looks like we'll probably mostly be digging around it until we hit about here. I'm just trying to figure out where exactly the hot stuff is underground. I'm trying to make this look nice. We're also short on meat. Short on drink. Short on dwarf. Into the sea? No, into the lava. Well, unless you count the lava sea. Have you made them statues yet? There's a statue of Jangles. So we need to figure out where we are going to put the statues, chat. We need to build a big memorial. And I think it should go on this layer. I think it would only be fitting if it goes on this layer. Because this layer is the living layer for the dwarves. So I think it would make perfect sense for it to go here. The question is, where? Do I have a population cap? No. I do not. We've just only had one migrant wave. Gather zone for statues, dining, or something else. Either that or one of the various gods. The bigger question for me right now is the general layer that I want to put it on. Like, where would I want to put it? Is the actual question I'm currently thinking. Because, like, yeah, we still have Anzac as a god. We could make it a temple to the god of murder. And make it like an ever-growing temple complex to the god of murder, which would be pretty rad. Yeah, we need to build a Hall of the Dead. You like that? That's the right way to think about it. But I want it to be on that layer with everything else. Obviously with some sort of lava feature. And also, as far as naming dwarves go, we'll name dwarves whenever migrant waves show up. Yeah, they get to train forever in the Machine Waters Swim Club. And also, anybody on the Twitch side of things, if you want to help me out, pop over to the YouTube side of things and leave a like on the YouTube stream. This also goes for people watching the YouTube stream. While I do see the chat for the YouTube stream, I don't really acknowledge it that much because Twitch chat is my focus. Just as an example, there's, 38 people watching on YouTube and 170 on Twitch right now. The Halls of Murder. I like that name. I like that name. The Halls of Death. So this is our bedroom. This is eventually going to end up being our entrance, probably. So why don't we do something down here? Some of us on both. Yeah, there you go. Could do something like this. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to let them dig out this lower layer down here. And let them dig this out. And that's a fun spire. Okay, sweet. It's on the other side of this, so they're not going to hit it. That's a fun spire right there. From Heatstone Fort? Gotcha. Did I know its playlist is named Headstone? No, I didn't. Well, you learn something every day. Old typos die hard, I suppose. Thanks for letting me know. I will look into that. Right now, actually. Why is Heatstone called Headstone? I don't even like Headstone. It's a crappy band. Even though I've seen them live, unfortunately. Oh, it is. You are correct. Anyway, I just fixed it. Thanks for putting that out. Turns out that's a very heavily viewed playlist, too. So, plenty of Spire in the Magma Sea. Oh, trust me, there's multiple Spires in the Magma Sea. Multiple spires in the Magma Sea. Also going to engrave these corners, because I think this would look a lot nicer if I did that. And currently on bedrooms, everybody has a bedroom, which is exactly where you want it to be. That down. We're getting so much microcline. Gonna need to make things look more like more rounded and less jagged as well. That's gonna need to get cut out, I think. Most of this can go away. I very rarely do things intentionally. Let's be honest. Okay, so this is a fun spire right here. We need to be careful of this. So this is what fucked us up in the last fort. It was one of these. I'm gonna just be a little bit careful around the edges of this. Because that is scary. In fact, I may just smooth it. I can cut out the granite, though. The granite will be safe. It's just the obsidian and the diamond clusters that stop being safe. He says that. Like, I just, like, cut out the granite and just demon comes out of it. Well, rip. Yeah, that's the only real issue with digging around in the deep layers like this is you kind of have to be really careful about the fun tubes. Like, not dig through any of the diamond clusters or anything. Unless you've got the military to back it. Fun spire in me. Fun spire, these nuts. The fun was the spire we met along the way, frankly. Right, well. That is that. Well aware of this. Should also probably cut out this side. Just try and go all the way around it. And also, green tea, I assume that most of you probably thought that was intentional. In regards to the name of that playlist. But no, it certainly wasn't. Certainly wasn't. Gold might be a monster. That probably isn't. But that might be. Like, this might be. This might be. This might be. That might be. But these diamond gem clusters encased in obsidian that go down into the lava sea, those have scary things in them. Dustboro, thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back with Prime. Appreciate you. Bring more of these granite walls out. What exactly is a zote? Sensual zote? I have to ask. I mean, I don't have to, but I would like to ask. What is that? It's a loser in Hollow Knight. Okay, I got it. I figured it was a reference to something, but I wasn't entirely sure. So I wanted to I needed to know. Having never played Hollow Knight, I obviously wouldn't have got the reference. All right, so actually, I've got a lot of these jobs paused just to keep things better. Also, it looks like Acre is getting a little happier. Yeah, Acre is now neutral. Look at that. Acre no longer saddest dwarf in fort, which is good. Even though they're lonely after being away from friends for too long. They are increasing in generalized happiness, which is a good thing. Okay, so right now I have this generic anybody can worship any god temple right here. I think what we're going to do is on this layer right here, now that this is all getting dug out, I'm going to dig out a room here. And I'm thinking it's going to be part of the entry walkway. And I'm thinking it's going to be kind of like this. And it's going to just be a generic temple that anybody can worship that's going to turn into a temple complex. And it's going to be filled up with statues along the hallways into the different temples with dwarves that have died. You do need to draw a Zote proposing like a French girl. You absolutely need to do that. Pin up Zote incoming. Make it happy. Make it happen, Elfie. Just saying. Make it happen. So we can do little walkways like this off into different temples. Stuff like that. And then along the edges, we can do statues. And this center bit will just be the generic temple. So they'll start digging that once this is done. Oh, the alpaca finally died. Hallelujah. So now it's a matter of how long until we start getting ghosts. Hopefully they're friends. Oh, shit. Look at this. It's a literal vampire. Look at that. Often neglects her own well-being. Sounds like a mosquito. Also, something else kind of fun about this map. Up here on the surface were these Sparrowman leather walls and tents. We've got these actual little, like this little town. Or campsite, I guess, here. It is a terrifying biome, but literally nothing spooky has happened. Just had giant animals, which are pretty spooky, admittedly. And also then just like animal people. Who knows Zote is a pink laundry soap bar? I'm just gonna go to Google and see who wins. Zote. I have Googled Zote. So, I would like to inform you, Celesty, that when I type in Zote and go to Google, I get a combination of Hollow Knight and pink soap bars. So, you know what? You're both right. Moving on. That is, in fact, a mosquito person. We've also finally got this stack of cassiterite and coal. Getting taller. We're still making coal. But it looks like we're out of sulfurite. We do have some cassiterite. Might as well smelt it. So I see what's happening here. Got that. Oh, I see what I've done, where I fucked up here. I never actually set requirements. So if you ever end up with this, where they're just like constantly taking items out of a infinite stockpile and putting it back into a different one, it's because you forgot to set the items on the stockpile to be the items that are in the stockpile. They're gonna stop doing that now. They might do it 1 or 2 more times. But what they should do is they should go grab the wheelbarrows, dump them into here, and then, yeah. Also, I'm gonna do a thing. I'm gonna make a dump zone like right here, and we're gonna dump all this stuff out of these wheelbarrows, because these wheelbarrows are all full of items, which happens sometimes. Doop 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 and doop. Actually, not totally sure how that happens or why that happens. You wish you could play horror games. You're fine with horror movies, but horror games just get under your skin. I recommend playing games that are a little bit less... What's the word? Horrifying? If that makes any sense. Go play something like Fear. Go play a fun horror game. Don't play a scary horror game. Go play a horror game that gives you a gun that's bigger than your character. And then go show those zombies who's boss. And send them into space by blasting them with a large rocket launcher. It'll cure the horror pretty quick. Or if you're playing something like Amnesia, Five Nights at Freddy's is a terrible video game. If you're playing something like Amnesia, just run straight at the monster and stare him in the eyes a little bit and realize that he's a very low quality model, and he'll become way less scary very quickly. So those are my 2 tips for horror games. Just play them, and you will be okay. So I need to smooth all of the floor in here. Like, genuinely, like, if you're playing a horror game and you're scared, go die. Like, so I played through most of, shit. What was the game in the Asylum that has a sequel now with a really creepy storyline? And I mean creepy in like a, ew, not creepy in a, ooh, spooky kind of way. And the original one took place in an insane asylum, and you had a camera that was all green Why am I blanking on the name of this? It wasn't a very memorable video game. Outlast, that was it. Yes, Outlast. I played through Outlast at a friend's house, the majority of it, and that game isn't even remotely scary. The first one. I don't know about the second one because I haven't played it, but with the first Outlast, if you want to stop that game from being scary at like 90 seconds, just go get stabbed by the nearest enemy. And then look at how low quality the models are, and you go, ah, yes, this game isn't scary anymore. Unlike an actually scary video game like Silent Hill, where you see the monster and it's 1,000 times worse. You're just like, nope, 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 when you see the monster. Or monsters, I suppose. So yeah, that's my advice. So what I'm going to do here, I think, is I'm going to go around the edges here, and I'm going to line all of this with blocks. Mostly all I'm doing right now is waiting for migrants. That is mostly what we're doing currently, is we are waiting for migrants, because I can't really do anything without more dwarves currently. So I am making things pretty. You know, I used to know a guy who speedran a bunch of horror games. And his statement about horror games is the scariest horror game he's ever played is Counter-Strike. Because nothing is scarier than being fully zoomed in on an op, and then suddenly your entire screen filling up with an enemy model. He's just like, there is nothing, no video game in the world scarier than Counter-Strike. And you know what? I think he might be onto something. He's like, the only game that jump scares me anymore is Counter-Strike. To me, the truly terrifying thing about Counter-Strike is the skin shop. Someday you'll figure out what this, what to do with this dwarf fort that has 70 friendly night creatures outside. Did you just settle on 70 friendly night creatures, Cathode? Like, what was the process of you acquiring 70 friendly creatures? Did they, like, were they born on the map from other night creatures? Because, like, I had that happen once. That was terrible for the frame rate. One of my favorite bugs in the game right now, though. It's like, night creatures born on the map are friendly. Awesome. You can't do anything with them, but they're friendly. All right, let's get all this filled in. Fire and Ice, g'day. Hello. You had to turn off kill cams in New Vegas because you hated being in the one part of the factory whenever your companion would kill something, the kill cam would activate and it would be like very jarring. Yeah, I know what you mean. Bethesda games are pretty bad for that. Or like Bethesda creation engine games are pretty bad for that, especially the Fallout games. I don't like kill cams in games where it like takes you out of it. The only exception to that is the Sniper Elite games. Sniper Elite's pretty good about that. The whole, like, zoom-in shot thing is pretty entertaining. But then the unfriendly ones showed up and murdered everything. That's actually especially interesting that you had friendly ones show up first. Did they show up on the, like, separately as part of a, like, or did they show up as part of a siege? Like, I'm really curious about how they ended up in your fort. Because to me, it's like a mechanical mystery when some of that stuff happens. It's like, oh, what mechanic caused that to happen? Okay, it was siege and there was birth. Gotcha. Yeah, that's neat. That is really neat. We've had friendly goblins despite all the civs being hostiles in your last 2 forts now. So, like, just because the civs are hostile doesn't mean... So, like, every single character in Dwarf Fortress is born with, like, a different outlook on the world. Every single character has a slightly different outlook on the world. And it is very possible that you could have a goblin born in a goblin civ that hates the goblin civ, hates everything that they, like, stand for, hates everything that they're trying to do, hates the leadership, hates the laws. Maybe they value peace. Maybe like, for some reason, that one goblin just really, really likes poetry and doesn't want to, like, go to war. They could defect from that faction and go join a different faction. And that's a perfectly logical thing for that goblin to do. And they do that. So if you've, like, found friendly goblins, it's likely that they just defected. It's not a phase mom. Exactly, yeah, totally. Which is actually the reason I like Dwarf Fortress so much as a video game, is because it's one of the few games that actually has a simulation that's interesting and rich enough to do stuff like that. Which, not common in video games, turns out. We need more drink. We're currently brewing drink? We are not currently brewing drink. We are going to go back to brewing drink. Fortunately, we don't have many dwarfs, so we are not currently in too high of a need for drink. I think I'm going to go to the dwarven land. Yeah, no, the Overlord has this annoying hobby of murdering all my family. I think I'm going to leave now. Very common problem in Goblin society, fun fact. Demon Overlord killed 100 people again? Fucking Mondays. It's your deeply held belief that you don't want to be that. Yeah, no, that is a deeply held belief that I have too. And I don't like living sometimes, but I also genuinely believe that I would like to not be murdered, please. What, actually, how much quartzite do I have? Because I think blue and pink could look quite nice. Perfect, that'll do excellent. That'll do just fine. Blue and pink for that hallway. We all like it when you're alive. Yeah, that's what keeps me around. Don't worry about me too much, Defiler. Don't worry about me too much. The thing is, I don't like living sometime, but I'm also, like, in therapy and shit, so we're okay. Let's just get more quartzite and quartzite. And quartzite and quartzite. And more microcline. Nimlark, what up? And then we're going to put those statues in this hallway. We're going to split out to little tiny temples on either side of these. I think you accidentally captured the necromancer leader of the tower nearby because your current fort, it stopped attacking you, really. Now, when you say captured, like, do you mean like they're on your map in a cage? Because I know that, like, I've definitely read about a fort and been like, oh, it's run by this necromancer. Attack the fort, and one of the first deaths in that, like, tower, not fort, rather, one of the first deaths in that tower in the combat log is literally that necromancer. That's funny, though. I mean, like, that's really all you need to do is you need to kill the Lord of the Tower, which sometimes are really hard to do and sometimes happens immediately. All right, well, there isn't too much I can do because we literally just have 15 dwarves. So we kind of just have to wait until spring and hope we get a migrant wave. Because there isn't too much that I can actually do right now. Have I ever played The Sims? Because it's kind of deep too. Are you asking that because you know about my history with The Sims, or is that a genuine question? Because I can never tell with people. You put lava in a hole and then you pour water on it. It makes obsidian. Some forts have large layers of obsidian, but Gabbro works just fine. If you're looking for adamantine, or not adamantine, lava-safe materials. But there's other lava-safe materials. You don't know my history with The Sims at all? So my parents gave my little sister a copy of The Sims. I can't remember what it was. It was the first one. Used. After the second one had come out. She bought my little sister a copy as, like, I think a Christmas gift. And I played a lot of games. My little sister didn't. And my little sister really wanted to play The Sims because she had a friend that played The Sims. And I would play Age of Empires every evening by myself offline because I didn't have internet access at the time. But I would make custom maps and play Age of Empires. I would just make custom maps and goof off. I had already beaten all the campaigns and played enough skirmishes that I was good. So I would play Age of Empires by myself. It was just something I did. And one day my parents gave my little sister a copy of The Sims, and they were like, "All right, you get to share your computer time now, Greg." And I was like, "I don't want to do that." My mom's like, "Too bad. You get to share your computer time with your little sister." I was like, "Shit." So the response was, "Well, how are we going to do this? All right, she gets an hour of computer time, and then you get an hour of computer time." Okay. Followed by then my little sister very quickly realizing that she just didn't have, like, the computer competence to competently play The Sims. She tried and just kind of got mad at it. And then one day I was bored of Age of Empires and decided to try The Sims. So I played The Sims. And I kind of hated it. But my little sister loved watching me play it. And the rule at the time was I had 2 hours of screen time. My little sister had 2 hours of screen time. So we could either watch a movie or we could play video games. Video games being on the computer. Because we didn't have any consoles. And my little sister started crying when I stopped playing The Sims. Sims 1. And I was not super keen on having my little sister screaming at me. And my mom was like, "Well, you can have her screen time too." Because we would generally just watch the other one, right? And I was like, okay. And then my little sister would tantrum and cry if I didn't play The Sims. So eventually it turned into, yeah, I would get my screen time and play Age of Empires. And then I would play 2 hours of The Sims. And then she started bitching and complaining that I was playing Age of Empires and not more of The Sims. So eventually my mom was just like, "Hey, dude, just play The Sims. It's not violent anyway. It's better." So this turned into 4 hours of screen time a day, and all I was doing was playing The Sims. I fucking hated The Sims. But I liked playing games on the computer, so I would tolerate the game I hated to get more screen time. Now the problem with this is this went on for like 6 weeks. It was a better part of 2 months, about 6 weeks. And until I finally said, you know what? I would rather have no screen time than have to play The Sims anymore. So you know what? I actually forego all of my screen time for long enough for my little sister to forget that The Sims existed. Actually, by long enough for her to forget that The Sims existed. Long enough for her to steal my DS and start playing Nintendogs on it, which I won in a contest. I won a DS in a contest, and my little sister took it and just started playing Nintendogs on it. And by that point, she'd forgotten that The Sims existed, so I started playing computer games again. Took about a year. Yeah. Now you can see why I don't like doing sponsorships. It's just like suppressed PTSD of The Sims. Oy vey, that's fucking funny. No, I'm still very bitter. And it's funny, every now and again people will be like, "Blyde, would you play The Sims?" And my response is, fuck no! Because I still feel the same way about The Sims. And this was like, 2008, 2006, 2000, something like that. Like, your sister loved watching you play Zelda? I liked playing Zelda, and then the Wii got unplugged and gotten rid of almost immediately because my dad realized it could connect to the internet. Not that we'd connected it to the internet, that it could connect to the internet. We had a Wii for a week and a half. And then my dad fiddled around with it for 5 minutes and we didn't have a Wii anymore. He literally just like took it and sold it. Or at least that's what he said he did. He didn't actually. It's now in my closet up here. My dad was pretty careful about the internet. My dad's lovely. He's great these days, but he had some crazy periods in his life. And there was a point where my dad suggested I stop streaming on Twitch because it was probably just a bunch of Chinese bots trying to make me less intelligent. And then I started showing him my paychecks, and he sort of started believing me. Then I showed him pictures of me at TwitchCon, and he definitely started believing me. So it sorted itself out by about 2016, but like 2014 to 20, like that 2-year period there when I was like a very, very, very small streamer, streaming video games daily, I had some weird conversations with my dad. We'll just put it that way. Had some weird conversations with my dad. Oddly enough, Amazon buying Twitch helped my dad with that. Because, you know, Amazon making us dumber is so much better than China making us dumber, right? Chinese bot checking in. Everybody in chat just self-reports. It's great. Whenever this conversation comes up, everybody in chat just self-reports. First time being called a Chinese bot. Well, I mean, first time for everything, right? What's the back? Winnie the Pooh is in fact our great leader. Oh no, now we're Chinese bots that are going to prison.
Over here, he has a sword.
I have no idea what you're accusing me of. Sub shark jumping walrus. I think therefore I rub it.
Nani?
Yes. This is what the Mr. Destructoid emote is for on Twitch. Ah, yes, some grunts that migrate have come. Chat, if you would like to be a dwarf and you are not currently one of these names, Optimus, Acre, Rusty, Amber-esque, Lanix, Celastaris, Amethyst, oh, that's the one that just showed up. Bobtron, Bastet, Ravagor, Rory, Tapioc, or not Tapioc, Tapakel, Topike, Darren Sullivan, Wiz the God, or Sanic. If you're not one of those people, say, pick me. And Twitch is currently stuck in an ad, so I will be kind. We'll wait for 90 seconds, and I will get a bunch of pick-me's on screen. Actually, no, I'll just pick somebody who's subbed. We'll start with somebody who's subbed. You said dwarf me, that works. Zaya Liam is a complete scatterbrain, unable to focus on a single matter for more than a passing moment, like many people without pills. And he is always tense and jittery, and he dislikes helping others. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and he dislikes helping others. He dislikes helping others. Sorry, he seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and he likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He can handle stress, and he's somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He often acts with compassion, and he's cheerful. He exhales sharply when he's angry, dreams of mastering a skill. Congratulations and welcome to the military, because that's what you get to do now. He finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time and values hard work. Dreams of mastering a skill. There he is. So this, the circumstantial planes, I think, is a melee squad. I thought that was a ranged squad. All right, who's next? Let's go with Kage Nara. Frontline infantry, hell yeah. Kage Nara here is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He's quick to form negative views about things. He has an active sense of humor and likes to brawl. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and isn't particularly curious about the world. He doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity. And he doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this. He values art and its creation. And when he gets excited, he it's easy to tell because he drums his fingers. I've never seen that before. When he gets excited, it's easy to tell. I've never seen that. Interesting. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally respects the development of skill, believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and finds leisure time wasteful. Next, we have this lovely bald child. This lovely bald child. So this lovely bald child who's 2 years old gets to be Defiler. He's going to defile all of our ability to be annoyed. He has no confidence at all in his talents and abilities. I'm so sorry. He takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and he is sometimes cruel. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and he has a sense of duty. He is quick to anger and often feels lustful. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He can handle stress, and he tends to not avoid any physical confrontations. And he works to spread his natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of mastering skill, and personally values hard work and is put off by family and thinks friendship is important. And your dad is Kagenara, your aunt is Smitchell, and your other aunt hasn't gotten here yet. UGDPY is your uncle, and you worship Oak. 2-year-old soldier, soon to be, most definitely. So this is Defiler's mom. I'm mostly certain. Yes, this is Defiler's mom, and a Kagenara's spouse, who is going to be Vibin, someone who hasn't had a dwarf before. We'll go with that. Vibin. Vibin dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel. She is very curious, and sometimes to her detriment. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this since she values friendship. She often acts with compassion. She is assertive, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. And she tries to keep her things orderly. She tries to do things correctly each time, and she can handle stress. She often is cheerful and is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and is trusting. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally, values nature and finds introspection to be a waste of time and values independence. She's married to Kagenara, has her only son, Defiler, and has many nephews in the fortress, as well as a cousin who's apparently going to show up, and you worship a boring god that doesn't do anything with murder. No fun. This animal trainer, however, I'll pull one from YouTube, actually. Let's go with Alex Davis from YouTube. Alex over here is not driven and rarely That's a weird word. And rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, and is not a private person. Freely shares details of his life and is inattentive to detail in his own work. He is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and can handle stress. He isn't given to flights of fancy and needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally holds well-laid plans and shrewd deceptions in the highest regard. I really like it when a plan comes together. Really respects commerce and those that engage in trade, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and does not care about fairness. He says, "I'm all right." Worships, has plenty of some family in the fortress, which is good, and worships a boring god. All right, next we have a mule, who I'm going to eat because I have nowhere for them to eat. Same with that buffalo. This right here, this is going to be a shearer. This shearer is going to come from Twitch chat. Who's going to be, once again, I'm going to go for someone who hasn't had a dwarf in a while. Let's go with Gold Poke. I'm trying to just go for people who haven't had, so if you feel like I'm skipping you, it's because I'm going for people who haven't had dwarves in a while. She is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and has a very calm demeanor. Often is cheerful and is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She is curious and eager to learn, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She doesn't often feel envious of others, and she is quick to form negative views about things. She is moved by art and natural beauty and quick to anger, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and runs her fingers through her hair when she becomes exasperated and has trouble speaking. when she's excited. I feel that. Personally, dreams of mastering a skill and is disgusted by romance. Well, you can join this squad, I think. Let's see. Dwarf. Gold poke. There he is. Next up, we have this. Scrolling up and through the thing. Let's go with... Ranger J, animal caretaker. Ranger J is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. She is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, and she always is tense and jittery. She is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and rarely feels discouraged, and acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She is curious and eager to learn, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She doesn't hold on to grievances and is curious and eager to learn and isn't particularly interested in what others think of her. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and prefers to present herself modestly. She can handle stress, and she tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others and blows out her breath when she's annoyed. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values tranquility and a peaceful day and does not care about friendship. Next up, we have a peasant. That is not an insult to your current life's situation. And this is going to go to Bright Lancer J. Bright Lancer J has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution and doesn't often feel envious of others. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he tends to avoid crowds. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and does not often feel lustful. He isn't particularly curious about the world and is moved by art and natural beauty. He has a calm demeanor, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He is quite polite, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He lives a fast-paced life, and he can handle stress. He has a habit of stretching his body during pauses in conversation. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering a skill. Personally, sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and views loyalty unfavorably and does not care about friendship. And you worship no gods. You have several cousins in the fort. I always love it when, like, oh hey, also you're married to Ranger J. Look at that. Big beard. There you go, peasant. In the military. We got more dwarfs? Turns out, yes. What's up, Max? And terminal wetness. What's up next? Another farmer who's also married. Chat, y'all are getting married to each other if you didn't know. Kazanabo. Doesn't generally think before acting, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, is quite polite, and tends to hang on to grievances. Has a greedy streak and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square his natural tendency with his respect for martial prowess. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he is often cheerful. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and often feels discouraged. He tends to reveal personal information, and he is distracted from conversations easily when he's trying to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And this dwarf worships whom?
For everyone!
Doesn't worship the god of murder, but does worship a pantheon of 3 gods. Dreams of mastering skill and personally is put up by family and doesn't care about art one way or another, and I think I can put you in the military. That's your sprite up there. Amazing when a bug is useful. It's like, oh, the sprite's just like popping through up here so I can like see what they look like. Easier to see. Here, this is a caretaker. This caretaker is, of course, married to the last dwarf, and the older and has an older sister in the fort who's gold poke. Look at that. This can be Hop and Not. Hop and Not says, "I feel fine, and I feel fine." You've got a lot of cousins in the fort. Look at this. And a lover who's not here. Tisk, who maybe died, potentially. Your Uncle Jangles died, unfortunately. Same with your Aunt Telenartho. However, your Aunt Smitchell's still alive, as well as your Uncle UGDPY. And your cousin Fath. Probably wants to go bowling, though. Damn shame. This here dwarf Isn't particularly ambitious, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She has little interest in joking around and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She often acts with compassion and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. And she occasionally overindulges, and she tends to avoid crowds. She taps her feet constantly when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally believes that time taken to master a skill is a horrible waste, and values eloquence, and finds merrymaking and partying worthwhile activities. I think we just found our tavern keeper, chat. Or maybe a bard. Like, just finds partying to be a worthwhile activity. I'm just gonna jump down here real quick and just, like, be all like, yo, congratulations, we have a tavern keeper now. Because, like, jeez. There you are. You don't have any skills in it, but, like, you know what? Let's not make you into a tavern. We're just gonna make you into a performer. Which I'm assuming, yeah, you have no skills in it, but you just want to party, so fuck it, we'll let you party. No, you are 100% correct. If it says they don't need alcohol to get through the working day, they are not a dwarf. 100% not a dwarf. All right, so next dwarf we have here. Let's go with Mice Nerd. From chat here. Mice Nerd never deliberate. Also, chat, if I haven't picked you yet, feel free to say pick me again. Because scrolling up gets a little tiresome. He never deliberates before acting, to the point of being considered thoughtless. He generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He tends to be passive in discussions. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he is slow to anger, and he has little interest in joking around. He is curious and eager to learn, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He likes to take it easy, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees working hard as a foolish waste, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and likes black bronze. Has a couple family members in the fort. And worships piss. That's it. Next up, let's go with Silverhawk. Silverhawk, the trapper, who's married to two dwarves who are going to show up that aren't here yet. This is a big migrant wave. Is emotionally obsessive, forming lifelong attachments, even if they aren't reciprocated. Is an optimist and stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. Is dour as a rule and is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, inattentive to detail in her own work, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She often feels discouraged and likes to take it easy, and she is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. When she's nervous, she often drums her fingers, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees the concealment of emotions as a betrayal, and tries her best to not associate with such secretive fools, and finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful. All right, so now we have a child who I'm going to give to somebody who it would fit. I'm going to give this to Animal. Animal, you're now Baby Mole. Animal is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. Is very stubborn, though she is conflicted by this part of herself, and she almost never feels discouraged. She is easily moved to mercy and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Is assertive and has a greedy streak, and she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she lowers her eyes when she's annoyed. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, deeply respects skill at arms, and finds friendship burdensome, and dreams of becoming a legendary warrior. I hope you get to grow up to become a legendary warrior, kiddo. I really hope that this child, like, punches a goblin to death or something. Your mom is Silverhawk. Your aunt is Darren Sullivan, and your uncle is Ravagor. Welcome to the fort. You don't generally see the dreams of becoming a legendary warrior very often. Okay, so your dad's got plenty of lovers. 2, in fact. One is still alive. This parent right here, this is Animal's dad. You can be Salty Tempest. Let's see how quickly I kill you this time. All right. He finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. He is unbelievably stubborn and will stick with the most futile action if once his mind is made up. That's just me. He is frustratingly sloppy and careless with every task he sets to carry out. That's not me. He lives a slow-going and leisurely pace, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. And finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. And he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. And he is slow to trust others, and he is slow to anger, and occasionally overindulges and runs his fingers through his hair when he's thinking he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds artwork boring, and finds merrymaking and partying to be worthwhile activities, sees competition as reasonably important, and does not particularly value the truth. Good luck. Next is UGDPY, who just showed up. This is one of the few dwarves who survived the first attempt at this fortress, who is actually married to Schmitzel. So there's plenty of family members in this fortress too, who is crying. Got caught in the rain in year 50. Most recently saw Nil Desperatum die. So it is a terrifying biome, but literally nothing spooky has happened, which is quite disappointing. Next up here we have Frank. What? It's Frank, specifically. This is Frank. Frank is, never shares it. He shares intimate details about his life without sparing a thought to repercussions or propriety. He never envies others and their status, situation, or possessions. He lives an orderly life, organized and neat. I like this dwarf. He is very trusting, and he can be very single-minded. He tends to be quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Super open-minded. I like this dwarf. He often acts with compassion. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He has a sense of duty and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And he can handle stress. He has a greedy streak, and he's pleased by his appearance and talents, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance and needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering a skill, and personally views the pursuit of knowledge as deeply important and finds introspection to be a waste of time. Schmitzel's here. One of the other dwarves who managed to not die. So, success. Are you serious? You were in the last one, but you definitely died. She rarely feels discouraged and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She occasionally overindulges and licks her lips when she's nervous, and when she's trying to remember something, she often starts chewing her lips. And needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Values cunning and does not care about family one way or another. This is a big as hell migrant wave. We started with 17 dwarves, we're up to 34. Can you assign the toy weapons to children? Like, assign them to them? No, children children go complete a job. This is the way the children AI work, right, Red Tree? Children, they complete a job. When the job is done, they go pick their favorite toy, being a toy that's either the highest value, or a toy that is associated with a material or thing that they like, okay? They go pick their favorite toy and then they play with it. If there's no toys available, then they just play make-believe. Toys give them happy thoughts, similar to like acquiring a nice item, whereas just playing make-believe also gives them happy thoughts. So that's how the children AI work. However, if they just play make-believe, then they play make-believe in the last place that they were. So if you have children hauling bodies and they haul a body to a body pile or a dump zone, then the last thing that they will do once they're done hauling the body is they will stand there and they will play make-believe for a certain amount of ticks. So essentially the issue is, if you have like a bunch of upset children, it's because you've got them hauling them things to places that are very unpleasant, most likely. Previously, before that version, before they had chores and jobs that they would do, they would try and be near people that they like, and then they would play make-believe. So if like dad's in the military and dad dies, they would go play by dad's body. Because maybe he'll wake up eventually. This next dwarf can be power, tools, and beer. Power tools and a beer. Can I get a round of beers for that? Cannot tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance, and has no ambition whatsoever. Is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction and does not often feel lustful. He often feels discouraged and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and tries to keep things orderly and doesn't often feel envious of others. Is moved by art and natural beauty and does not go out of his way to help others. Is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and he occasionally overindulges and often lowers his eyes when he's thinking. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. You know, sometimes I feel like I'm reading somebody's palm and then sometimes I feel like I'm just directly insulting them. Personally values doing good craftsmanship and dreams of mastering a skill, and is married to Are You Serious? And you are joining the military because you would fit the military. It's one of the ways, unless the toys got left in a pumped up riverbed. You know, like toys will make kids congregate in places. But you need to like have specific stockpiles for them. This is Dewsome. Dewsome over here can be safe keeps. Safe keeps. Likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tries to keep his things orderly. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he can handle stress. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he has a greedy streak. He occasionally overindulges, and he can be quite polite. He has an active imagination and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and disregards tradition. Doesn't respect the law. You would not be a good member of the military, so we won't put you in there. And look, a sheep. I do not have anywhere to put sheep, so. Because we haven't actually found a cavern layer that, you know, does that. It's still going. Yeah, this is a huge migrant rave. This can be shadow absorber. You know, it's funny. Like we've talked about this a few times. Like I should just name dwarves from chat for every dwarf that comes in from the migrant waves, but I don't like just naming them. For me, the fun of it is reading the descriptions. But when there's this many, holy fuck, it takes 30 minutes. Shadow Absorber is interested only in facts about the real world and has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. Almost never feels discouraged and is very friendly. Always tries to say nice things and to others and has a very calm demeanor. He often acts with compassion. He occasionally overindulges and he tends to not reveal personal information. He is conflicted by this since he dislikes that sort of concealment in the abstract. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he rarely is happy or enthusiastic. He's quite ambitious, and he tends to be passive in discussions, and he tends to avoid crowds. He personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and respects the development of his skill, finds holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and doesn't really value merrymaking, and I will put you in the military. Assuming I can find you. Shadow Absorber, there you are. You want a lady dwarf? You got to be more specific then. In this case, I will simply transfer this dwarf directly to Kaftak then. That was you now. I mean, you're only interested in facts of the real world. Tactics. You get the next lady, Shadow Absorber. Jesus Christ. Terminal wetness. Please worship the god of piss. Fuck, you don't. He has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution, and he does not trust others, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, likes to brawl, and he tends to avoid crowds. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this, as he values artwork and its creation. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is quick to anger, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He's brave in the face of imminent danger. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tries to keep his things orderly, laughs loudly whenever he's nervous, and he winks during conversations. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. And you're a surgeon. Means you should probably not join the military and instead join the hospitals. That's a pony. That's a goose. Also, that goose, very useful. We should lock it up somewhere. This peasant has a beard. So this peasant can be Zarcolt. Zarcolt is incurious and never seeks out knowledge or information to satisfy himself. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others and doesn't focus on material goods. Generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. And I'm getting tired of reading. When undertaking specific ventures, he has an active sense of humor, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And he is quite comfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is assertive, and he likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And he isn't particularly interested in what others think of him, and he isn't given to flights of fancy, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. And he is conflicted by this, since he values artwork and its creation. Bleh. And he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he cackles when he's nervous and commonly winks as a form of greeting, and needs alcohol to get through the working day in terms of becoming a legendary warrior. Well, I guess you're joining the military then. Personally deeply respects the skill at arms and sees perseverance in the face of adversity. Bullheaded and foolish. I can't remember the last time I saw the legendary warrior one, and we just got 2 of those. I mean, come on. Terminal wetness has to worship the god named Piss. This one doesn't worship the god of Piss, so there's that. This one is Attis. This can be G-Nugget. G-Nugget. Very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. Tries to do things correctly each time and tends to think before acting, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he's slow to trust others, and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this, and as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. And dreams of crafting a masterwork. And worships Ilkist. So I'm just going to let the rest of the dwarves wander on the map, because this is a huge thing, except I'm going to name Shadow Absorber, because I did promise. Shadow Absorber does not trust others, rarely feels discouraged, is pleased by her own appearance and talents, quite ambitious, and tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Often feels lustful and has little interest in joking around, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, and she can handle stress, and she is slow to anger, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she can sometimes act without deliberations, and she's married to Deuce, who isn't here yet. Bastet's her younger sister, and you worship Japun, Rosmo. So we're just gonna let the rest of the dwarves walk in. Okay, so it was literally just the 2 more. So do I have 1 more then? Yeah, it's literally just the 1. So I will pull 1 more dwarf, chat. G-Fin. There you go. That's the first one I saw. G-Fin. 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 Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and is often sad and dejected and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual, that live differently from himself, is slow to anger and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He is quick to form negative views about things, tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is somewhat quarrelsome, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and often feels envious of others, is grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors, and has little interest in joking around. Dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world, and personally holds holds nature to be of greater value than most aspects of civilization. Are you an elf? Treasures leisure time and thinks it is very important in life, and sees introspection as important, sees those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful, and values a harmonious existence. So you're a member of the communion of dancing. No, you're a dwarf. Interesting. All right, so we need scouts because currently I have no scouts. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and we are going to grab a dig a few tiles this way. And then I'm going to do this. We're going to dig that first. Build that first. And then on top of this, I'm going to build a bunch of tiles. I'm also going to slaughter all of the animals that just showed up alongside of that need to graze. Specifically the mule, the water buffalo, and the foal, because I have no grazing anywhere on the map currently. This is all dead grass because this is a spooky biome, so they can't graze up here. We need about 24 bedrooms? Yes. But first we need defense. And by defense, I actually don't mean defense. I mean we need a watchtower. Need these trees to fall over, though. I mean, certainly elf sympathizers, but not actually an elf. Okay, so we're just getting rid of these two trees so that I got space to build. It's been nearly sick. What was your challenge save? That's quite the break to take from it. I mean, now I would say is the time to get back to it, Gertha. Just because of, like, 6 months ago, the game ran significantly worse. Like, the game runs so much better than it did 6 months ago, it's not even funny. It's maybe, like, the biggest increase in performance Dwarf Fortress has ever had. Right. Yeah, that sounds fun. No cutting down trees. Are you importing wood for beds then? Like, out of curiosity, how are you acquiring beds? All right, let's allow them to build these and that. And then we can go on either side here. What was that? Large animal just flew past my screen. Giant lorikeets. So many different giant birds, man. Although we're seeing all these cool giant parrots, so. And you're short like 12 beds? Yeah, I believe it. I believe that would just be like a lot of importing wood. I really enjoyed my challenge fort of no digging. That one was fun. Like, I had a lot of fun with that one. It was just, that was the rules. No digging. Like, I am not allowed to dig, period. No digging. Which actually, all that really meant was I'm building a lot of really weird structures above ground. Which actually was a lot of fun. I very much enjoyed that fort. That was a fun fort to play. So you did both? Please enjoy erotic zote. Oh god. Time to go enjoy erotic zote. Well, erotic zote, if you're still in chat, there's a portrait of you. I love just getting random friend requests from people with AI-generated portraits on Discord. Just gotta say. AI-generated portraits are the new anime avatars. The people that you don't want to get DMs from. Thoughts on doing a recommended settings video at some point? You keep losing forts to waves of 50 plus cavern dwellers, and you don't want to disable and block them off in the caverns. They're looking to find a middle ground. I mean, for cavern dwellers specifically, literally just go to difficulty, go to custom, which I actually need to do for this fort. Scroll down to cavern dwellers, and then just like set this number, which starts at 10 to like 3, and then set this number, which starts at 50 to like 5. And instead of getting attacked by waves of like 100 dudes, you'll get attacked by waves of like 6, which is a lot more fun in my opinion. And significantly more tolerable for less experienced players. And also myself, because I don't actually find them to be that fun. Like, there are fun enemies to fight, and then there are just annoyances, and they tend to fall on the annoyance side of things a lot of the time. Sup, Badinsky? Oh, things are going all right. Yourself? How was your stream last night? And your trip back into the realms of Dwarfies? How was re-getting your Dwarf legs? So many spears. I mean, like, I will never say no to free spears, but yeah, no, it's must be getting attacked by ant people then, hey? They're the ones that show up dual wielding stuff all the time. I need that to be done first, and then I can build this. So if anybody's wondering what I'm doing, I'm building a tower. And this tower is going to be our watchtower, which is going to have an animal probably up here, actually. So let's actually just get rid of this top layer, because I need to make this a little bit bigger. I'm going to reiterate the hill that I die on, which is FPS death no longer exists in the game. Every single instance of air quotes FPS death I've seen since version 50, actually since the version before even, has been fixable with some tweaks. So I don't actually think that FPS death exists in Dwarf Fortress anymore. Yes, I did say I was going to have an animal up there. Yeah. We're going to put a chain up here. Probably about right there. FPS death is always fixable. It's just a matter of it sometimes being too finicky to fix it, meaning it's not really true FPS death. FPS death requires it to be unfixable. Yeah, dfhack exterminate will do it. Modding your raw files will do it. Just didn't want to use dfhack. Yeah, no, that's fair. Still not FPS death, though, especially because you could fix it by going around and clearing out the caverns as well. I don't know, FPS death is a really, 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 really bad thing to say that this game has when it doesn't. So unless your goal is like directly trying to push people away from this game, it's kind of unfair to call it FPS death. Because that's all that calling it FPS death really does, is it scares people away from playing. You've been watching your YouTube tutorials for a long time before you even found this channel? You know, most of my tutorials, at some point I mentioned that you can watch me on Twitch, and also every single one of my tutorials links to my Twitch streams. It's funny, sometimes people tell me that I need to do more to promote my channel, and it's like, I literally do everything that I'm comfortable with doing. If I do anything more, people get mad at me. Nothing can destroy walls now. Although I think wooden walls can if they catch fire, they can burn. Problem there is a you thing? No, I think it's actually just people subconsciously ignore self-promotion. So if you're watching content, it's pretty normal that if somebody is promoting something, people just ignore it because everybody assumes it's an ad, right? What's up, Ash? How's things, Ashtal? So this little area up here is going to get a rope / chain. And this is going to be, maybe not entirely. Let's not do these corners. It'll look a little nicer. Around the edges. As they were distracted by old VODs. I've also had that happen. It's like, I've had some people tell me, they're like, I can't watch your stream, I have to catch up. It's like, no, you don't. Come on. Ah. But I don't know. I have no idea how I would produce a video like that. It's not a bad idea. I just don't know how I would go about doing that. Make these out of claystone. I like the color of claystone. So that goose is gonna get put up here, and we're gonna give it a funny nickname like Goose Star or something. And then that goose is going to spot enemies for us, because I'm a little bit worried about some enemies showing up and stealthing into here without me seeing them. Too tired to play Factorio? Time to just watch stream? I know the feeling. Somebody on a Discord I'm in just asked a question. How's Moria? With no actual context, so I responded with drums, drums, drums in the deep. So any thing that is part of your faction can see enemies, okay? 30 tiles. So anything that is stealth, were creature, elf, anything, will get spotted by any tame animal. If it's got hunting training, so if it's a dog that's trained for hunting, then they have 60 view distance instead of 30. Oh, of course, the goose knows what it did, don't worry. The goose definitely knows what it did. So, fun fact, at one point growing up, I knew somebody who had geese. They raised geese alongside of chickens. And one of their chickens, which was a bantam chicken, which raised the chickens, which was basically like the mom of all of these geese, she like incubated all the eggs and like hatched them and like raised them like her own kids. Apparently freaked the fuck out every single time the geese would go swimming, because they're geese, they swim, right? Like they will just go out on water. This chicken would just have like a conniption fit every single time her children would try and go swimming, which is adorable. Because it's like, you know, chickens can't swim, right? So this poor chicken mom is just like, ah, my children are drowning, when they're very much fine. Yours would fight snakes? I've seen videos of bantam chickens, like, killing rats. Like, just, oh, look, a rat, bang, kills it. Like, whoa. Don't fuck around with a bantam chicken if you're a small rodent, basically, is the moral of the story here. Done. Sweet. Then we can, I don't know, engrave this. Don't know why I keep hitting Q twice, but force of habit. And there we go. That's the roof for our little defense spot. Oh, that's sad. Telenartho. Tower looks like a flamingo. You know? You know, let's test your hypothesis. You have a lot of peacocks and goats, gotcha. For what you would assume are cultural reasons. Peacocks and goats. I mean, I don't know anything about peacocks, but goats are pretty cool. Goat cheese is great. Big fan of goat cheese. No, I'm going to save and then jump into Stone Sense. I've learned my lessons, my lad. I've learned my lessons. All right, so now that we've done all of that, this dwarf is just asleep. They're all asleep. Wow, okay. Stone sense. Let's see if it crashes. Chat, can anybody remember the hotkey to get rid of this? To get rid of all of this stuff? Because I can't. Wow, them waves. There we go, it's F2. Found it. I don't know, it doesn't look that much like a peacock. It does look decently cool, though. Close stone sense so I don't worry about the game crashing. There we go. It's not pink in stone sense. Nope. Stone sense has the wrong color. Okay, so everybody but the pickaxe is still up here. It's fine. We're going to slate this for removal, and then we're going to go work on bedrooms. Wait, actually, before I do that, we'll use the quartzite blocks for the first two. Kiddo, can you move? Defiler, can you please move? Dude, can you move? Dude, just get out of the way. Please. Probably going to cause us to get canceled. Please move. Okay, that's fine. I can forgive you. All right, so now that's done. Dunk. I can do this. You learned your lessons and you actually know how to play this game now, though. If you play with default settings on and not a ton of mods, learning the game is a lot easier. But that's just my 2 cents. Did I use mods? No. And what do you call it? Stone or DF hack isn't technically a mod. It's a piece of software that runs concurrently because you're not actually modifying the game itself. But I've used mods in the past, but I'm not currently using any. Dwarf Fortress is just a game that doesn't need mods, in my opinion, but plenty of people disagree with me on that, and that is okay. It's a game I still haven't run out of stuff to do in vanilla. I do like overhaul mods, but most of those developments are on pause until they can make their custom tile sets again. Lasted 9 years. That's pretty good. Is that your first fort? All right, let's build out this a little bit. Those giant lorikeets, man. Terrifying. All right. Now that all of these dwarves are inside, that pickaxe is still up there. I'm just going to assign a couple more dwarves to have pickaxes, and maybe somebody will go grab this. I don't actually know how many pickaxes I have. Also don't have a weapons stockpile. But what we can do is we can start moving down. This is where we've found some metal already. I'm just going to dig down this way. Trying to make this look like a somewhat natural-ish mineshaft. It's like your 8th attempt. I mean, 9 years is pretty good. That's pretty good. Usually my forts last about 20. There we go. That's what we're looking for. That right there is what we are looking for, magnetite. Sweet. Finally found what we've been attempting to find this whole goddamn time. Let's see if that's actually queuing up some mining jobs. Got that pick off there. Yeah, it did. So I can lock this. And Defiler's still playing make-believe. That was a very small, very, 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 very small magnetite vein. I guess we'll keep digging around in this area then. See what else we can find. Oops, wrong button. Well, all of the wrong buttons. Yeah, of course it'll have a weird conflict. Like, changing the languages of Dwarf Fortress, depending on what it's trying to do, will never work properly. Doesn't matter what you're trying to do. Because Dwarf Fortress's generation is so heavily based on the English language and English grammar, it's just not going to work. Like, I very heavily recommend against trying to learn Dwarf Fortress with a language mod on. Just because of how the game works. It will always cause weird problems. Do you want to know my useful mod list? DF hack. If you want to, like, fiddle with the game and have a useful quality of life stuff, do not install mods from the Steam Workshop. Because if good UI mods existed, everybody would use them. If you want useful quality of life stuff, just use DF hack. Don't install anything from the workshop. Just use DF hack. That's my only statement. Well, actually, no, it did change because I used to never recommend even DF hack. So, I would say that has changed, actually. At least for me. And there's one specific reason for that. DF hack has this. I don't know. You can search screens. And also, this. You can filter all of this. I literally have everything else from DF hack turned off and disabled, except for that. Also, we have ghosts. Telenartho has risen and is haunting the fortress. Well, it begins. I mean, Sound Sense isn't in the game. You can just mod audio now. But I will stand by that Sound Sense was always terrible. The music was good. The actual sound effects were always terrible. Like, I never will understand why people tolerated the sound effects in Sound Sense. I always thought it was awful. It's like, oh, cool. Like, awful fucking terrible meme sounds for sound effects in my pretty grim, dark fantasy game. This doesn't work. This is bad. I hate this. Yes, you can modify the UI, but if you start trying to mod the actual sprites, weird things happen. Like Tarn's on record saying like they want that to be better and they need that to be better. So it is something that they are working on. Although right now the biggest priority is making the game stable. So from what I can tell, the biggest priority currently is building or fixing really long-time bugs that have been in the game for forever. You know, like making archers better, making Mark's dwarves function as in a way that makes logical sense. Stuff like that. That is the priority of the development of the game right now. That and adventure mode. Once adventure mode is in proper, then, well, Zach and Tarn can start working on features again. And also, we can start getting proper fixes for things that also will affect adventure mode, because the more they fix fortress mode for things that are weird in this version, the more they're going to be breaking adventure mode, and then they'll have to go back and fix that. So, although one of my favorite bug that they've talked about already with adventure mode is that Tarn has said that they had a bug where adventurers were spawning with no clothing, which is kind of hysterical. Speaking of things that are kind of hysterical, well, not kind of hysterical, this is actually just an announcement. We will be having Tarn on the stream likely November 9th. It's a Thursday. So it is highly likely Tarn will be joining me on stream November 9th. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, like, the thing that, like, people who've been playing Dwarf Fortress for a bajillion and 1 years need to realize is a lot of the things that, like, we count on as players who've played the game for a really, really, really long time are not features that are even remotely relevant to anybody who bought the game on Steam, right? So all of these features that people want, which are fair, like, it's perfectly legitimate for you to want features that the game has had in the past. But there's a very large portion of the player base that is now playing the game that doesn't give a flying fuck about a lot of the stuff that we care about, or cared about, I guess. Mostly because they don't know why they miss it yet. So if Zach and Tarn and Putnam put a lot of effort into a feature that people don't realize that they want, they may just reject it whole cloth, right? So you kind of need to give the normies the things that they want, and then they can go back to pleasing everybody else. And we have our first mood of this fort. G-Nugget. G-Nugget is in a strange mood and is currently standing in the center of the tavern, meaning I assume they want a boyer's shop.
After spending the past few days in your stream and watching your YT tutorials, I'm finally gonna buy the game after being on my Steam wishlist for who knows how long.
Holy jeez. Well, thank you. Cheers. Enjoy the game. Scream if you need help. Or just scream. We'll probably ask if you need help. I was correct. He needed Boyer. All right, so we're going to get some sort of crossbow bow thing. And this is a Fey mood, so we're going to get a legendary skill out of it. Grabs avocado wood. Going to the surface, probably? That or going for some ore or a gem. Surface. Surface. Holy shit, we're deep down.
Take this, in case the mood needs bones.
Thank you very much, Devildawn, for the $1. I appreciate you greatly. We're one off of a hype train. We just need a Prime subscription or another $1 in bits. I do a lot for this game. I would love to know the exact number of people that have bought this game because of me. I would genuinely love to know, but I will never know that number.
Wee train, choo choo.
It's a wee baby twain. Thank you very much for the $1, Darius. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, like, whenever I say this, chat's always like, I did, but that's not the exact number. You're the only reason you're able to play it. Oh boy. That's a lot of praise. You haven't played since probably a month after Steam release, and you put 100 hours in and you forgot everything. So I don't stream over the weekend. My next stream is going to be on Monday because it's my 5-year partner anniversary. What I would recommend you do, if you haven't yet, if you type in !Discord in the Twitch chat, I don't think this works in the YouTube chat. You'd have to go to the description of the stream. But if you type in !Discord in the Twitch chat, there's a room called DF Help. And there's a couple of really active individuals in there who are very, 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 very good at helping people. I actually haven't answered a question in there in like weeks, but there's a good number of people that are pretty active in that room, constantly answering questions for people. So I'm the reason you keep coming back, really. Man, I wish there was more of me. Like this, it genuinely hurts me sometimes. Like I wish that there was like more streamers around my size that constantly play Dwarf Fortress. Irks me. It's like, come on. If only there was like a dozen of us, this game would be in so much better shape. But oh well. But oh well. I was waiting for a Twitch hat to end. So this dwarf just grabs Sparrowman leather. So up here on the surface are these leather walls. So we're getting a Sparrowman leather artifact. So how often do you see that? And they moved on. There was a few near launch that you were linking. Wait, like, as in, like, there was a few people streaming the game near launch that you were promoting to, like, friends and such? Also, this artifact, it's probably going to be either a bow or a crossbow. It's got avocado wood logs, Sparrowman leather, and iron bars. Oh, liking, I get you. You know, I feel kind of like I'm almost gloating when I say stuff like this. But it's kind of true. Around launch, I kept on saying on stream, I was just like, if you like Dwarf Fortress, follow my stream, because I'm probably going to be the only person left in 6 months. And it kind of hurts that I was right. I wish that wasn't the case. Yeah. It's kind of sad Nookrium didn't stick around longer. Nookrium is very variety, right? Like, people know him as a Dwarf Fortress creator because those are his most viewed videos, largely, except for the World Box ones, I think. But, like, dude's pretty heavy in variety. Like, he just kind of does a little bit of everything. Like, he was streaming D&D last night. Like, Nook just kind of does his thing. And I respect it, but... Step up and start contributing? Yep. We need more people to contribute to the wiki. This is true. More migrants have arrived. As if we didn't have enough after the last one. Chat, do we want to do a big naming session right now, or do we want to wait a bit? Because I think we wait a little bit. It's a shame Krug Smash doesn't stream. I've also been saying that for years. But, like, Krug Smash works, like, 60-hour weeks. Drawings, so. For a while there, he was streaming on his Discord, just streaming art. And for a while there, before launch, he streamed on his YouTube channel. But wait for naming. Waiting. Okay. Let's give it until, like, I don't know, 1 p.m. Let's see if there's any that would be good for the military at least. Mastering a skill. Arrival order. There you are. You also dream of mastering a skill? And you're a novice spear dwarf. Would you like that? Thank you for the itty-bitty train chat. $3 in bits. Your name's Cybrick. Animal wants you to post Beer's chat room. All right, sweet. That was a much smaller one. How many did we get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And a legendary one. What are you legendary in? You're proficient Marksdorf. Competent leader. Legendary tracker. I don't actually have a ranged squad yet, so I'm going to make a Marksdorf squad. Which should be Urvad, I would assume. Yeah. Yeah, she makes good stuff. Hoodie hair. Does good stuff as well. Okay. All right, so this right here, this is the abated neuters, which is going to be moved up to here. At which point I can go down to here and delete this. And let's see how many bedrooms we need. It's probably a lot. Okay, yeah, we need a bunch more bedrooms. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig this up to here. It's a bit on the large side. Could also double up on the other side of these if I need. Turns out not manually constructing every bedroom speeds up the construction of them. Which I've been doing for a lot of forts up until now. Right. Okay, let's let them work on that. But yeah, I don't know. I've just kind of accepted that Dwarf Fortress will never be as big of a game as I want it to be. And it just kind of is what it is. Like, I do not know how to make it a bigger thing. If people aren't interested, people aren't going to be interested. And that's unfortunately about it. Like, I can scream to the high heavens as much as I want, but I'm not going to change anything. Not going to change people's taste in video games, unfortunately. Doesn't matter how much I personally enjoy a game. I'm never going to be able to convert people who are just predisposed to not liking the types of things I like in video games. And I, turns out, like things that a very small audience of people like. It inspired? Yeah, that is true. If you include games it inspired, but the problem with a lot of games that Dwarf Fortress inspired is when me, as somebody who plays a lot of Dwarf Fortress, goes and plays them, all I really want to do is go play Dwarf Fortress. Based on polls on my YouTube account, Big Sparn, about 16% of the audience of my YouTube account plays Adventure Mode, or has played Adventure Mode. I don't know. Not as big as the initial launch, I don't think. G-Nugget, the fishery worker, has created Nokoz Ambual, an avocado wood bow, and offers it to the everlasting Ghost of Terror. And it doesn't have a... oh, because it's thin. It doesn't have a sprite because it's thin, and all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with avocado wood and Sparrowman leather. On the item is an image of the uncanny words, the red tourmaline bound codex in iron. Roguelikes aren't popular. Run-based games are popular, and they are marketed as roguelikes. Roguelikes themselves are not popular. In fact, I think I could tell you the names of full-time roguelike developers on one hand and be pretty accurate with it, because roguelikes themselves, not particularly popular, unfortunately. Yeah, that's what I assumed you meant. It's like, I think the concept of, which is a damn shame, because like, one of the best roguelikes in the world, Tome, is literally just like turn-based Diablo. That's not a roguelike, though. That's a run-based game. And we've been over this discussion many times, Creed. FTL is not a roguelike. It is a run-based game. It's a good strategy game, but it's not a roguelike. Yeah, I think like for adventure mode, people just need to. Oh, Telenartho doesn't have a sprite, or doesn't have the correct sprite. Well, interesting. Hopefully you don't kill people. You mean the record when you say LP? I assume. Yeah. I'm looking forward to owning that soundtrack on record. Probably buy 2. 1 to frame. But it's already sort of been announced. It just won't be out for a while because it takes a while for that sort of thing. Having a concept hijack like that is pretty wild. I mean, Bethesda did it very successfully with RPGs. Bethesda doesn't make RPGs. They never have. They make action-adventure games, or sandboxes, if you want to call them that even. Bethesda doesn't make RPGs. They haven't made an RPG since Morrowind, right? Many people disagree with me on that, but many people disagree with me on the roguelikes discussion. So, like, it's happened before. It happened with RPGs. You know, there are some people out there who insist that the only actual RPGs are games that look like Baldur's Gate 3. You know? So, you know, and by the modern definition of what is an RPG, Call of Duty multiplayer is an RPG. By the modern definition of what is a roguelike, Fortnite is a roguelike. So it's happened with a couple of different genres over the years, trust me. I think there are... Uh-oh, did I lose captions? Hold on. Let me turn them on and off again. Let me know. Let me know if they start working again. Because I'm doing the classic disable re-enable. Testing. Captions, please. Said. Oh, there we go. Wait. I mean, Dragon Age Origins is an RPG, right? And Dragon Age Origins came out at a time when people weren't buying RPGs anymore. And also people hadn't made RPGs in a long time. Okay, how are we doing on iron? That's what I was looking for. Bars. There's a lot of different discussions going on right now. Okay, so I've got tin, I've got brass, and I've got iron. Actually, do I not have coke? Yes, I do. I also have 639 coke. So what I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna make pig iron. And I'm going to make it, 10. I just need flux, basically. I'm going to push all this to the top. And I'm going to then grab steel bars. Number of pig iron bars is greater than 10. An amount of iron bars is greater than 10. Actually, let's just say the amount of steel bars is less than 20. Less than 20. Like 10 pig iron. Well, let's keep it all on 10. That should be fine. We'll get some cancellations, but it's okay. I will live. And then I need to go dig out some flux. So let's go up, down. Actually, no, that's rock salt. That's not dolomite. Where are the dolomite? Where are the guy? That's quartzite. Where are the goddamn dolomite? I know I dug some out earlier. Well, it's not that. That's granite. Did I not dig out dolomite? Or is there actually just no flux on this map? Am I misremembering it from yesterday? Just me misremembering. Gabbro, cavern, sandstone. Conglomerate, mudstone. Yeah, I think I'm misremembering. You're kicking yourself for not following earlier. You're vibing with it so much. Sometimes it's hard to convert people to a platform they're not used to. Or a format of content that they're not used to. Zarcold. Hey, Smitzel. How was your stream? Mods, can I get a shout out for the Schmitzel? Another person who streams the video games of the Dwarfs. I was lurking while I was making my breakfast today. Fun fact. It was good until it was not. Ah, yes, I know that feeling. Been there, done that. Why is there beer everywhere? Unless that is water, in which case that's mildly concerning. Got dwarves recovering wounded. The question is, who is wounded? What? What? Why? We're brought to rest and maybe you were sleepy? I don't understand. Oh, did I not queue up doors? That's the other thing I needed to do. Yeah, rock doors. Granite doors, rock door. Because I only have one. Let's do 150 granite doors. Perfect. Oh, I've certainly spilled many a beer. I have absolutely spilled beer in my life. There is no greater fear than, oh fuck, I just spilled my beer. Are you just having lag problems? Let's tie your dwarves to a demon deer spitting webs. Oh, that sucks. I mean, like, you could just exterminate it, but that would be cheating. Coincidence? I definitely think not. Don't have that many cabinets. I need to get more zinc. Which is certainly up here a bunch. I've also found little bits of magnetite. Speaking of magnetite, that's Kesserite, not magnetite, but that'll do. More magnetite. More magnetite. Also need to dig up this way. See what else we can find. Yeah, because the magnetite is only under the ocean. There's also apparently like silver and copper on this map somewhere. I haven't seen that yet. Such small deposits, though. So do you have hack way to mine all types of non-economic rock? Maybe. Not that I'm aware of. Not that I use. I want to say, like, dig all of his selected vein. Dig all of this, probably dig L. Dig layer zone across Z levels. Dig type. Yeah, you want to fiddle around with the dig command would be my bet. I don't like just block mining out stuff. I actually quite enjoy the process of mining. Also, Animal, you have a good night. We'll see you later, mate. Same with you, Mama, okay? Happy to provide. You know, it's quite funny. I got this piece of feedback on my stream a bajillion years ago from somebody who's now one of my mods, which is, it's weird. Nobody intentionally seeks out blind streams. Like, it's not a channel that you specifically go looking for. You just kind of accidentally end up here. And once you end up here, you kind of stick around for way too long. It's definitely not a cult. It's just I don't know. It's a very specific format of entertainment for a very specific kind of person. So tiny. Shit. Look at these tiny-ass magnetite veins. They're so small. Also, I should stop making pig iron. Unless I intend to import flux. Which I don't. So let's just do... Chat, spears or swords? You looked for my streams specifically, but after randomly seeing the tutorials. Yeah, absolutely.
Over here, he has a sword.
You make a valid point, Raging Cave. People seem to be on the side of spears. So we're going to do 30 iron spears. Iron crossbow. Let's do wooden crossbow, actually. 10 wooden crossbows. Iron shields. 30. And also iron helms. Not that I'm actually going to need all of these right now, but we're also going to need a mayor's office in a minute. And then we can get the military training finally. I'm hoping to find some more of those zinc veins as well. Maybe we'll find up here. Nope, dwarves cannot dual wield. Dwarves can wield a spear and a shield. In adventure mode, you can make them do weirder things, like 2 swords and dagger and a sword and stuff like that. But in fortress mode, no. It's just single weapon, single defensive weapon, one of each piece of armor. Which makes some old school players mad that you can't do that in fortress mode, but it's actually for balance reasons. Unkillable demigods are kind of limited to adventure mode, fortunately. 2 shields, yep. Or a spider person in adventure mode and many shields. Good luck getting hit. Maximum block. I am Wall of Shield. You shall fear me and my friends. Which is my artist cooler's preferred way to play. Is spider person with a bajillion shields. Like, you know when you get attacked by ant people in the basement and it's just like, yo, here's like a dozen ant people and they're each wielding 4 weapons. Well, I found something up there that looks like iron. Might not be, though. Well, no, two of those are for feet. Right, they have to walk. So it would be like 2 boots, maybe 6 shields, or like 5 shields and a spear. It's pretty common. Someone's pissed. In order to get closed captions on YouTube, person in YouTube chat, you have to have an OBS plugin. Most people who stream to YouTube just use YouTube's own software, which I'm going to be very polite and diplomatic with YouTube right now. YouTube, your streaming software is garbage. So, yeah. Well, nothing else down here. Still working on that. What he said. That was the polite version, yes. I just simply said it was garbage. It's like when that one person commented on that one YouTube video I uploaded of City Skylines from the VOD, which was the edited VOD, and the title is like, "This is an app. It's an absolute trash. Like that game's bad. Like it runs like." And this person is like, "You could have been more constructive." I'm like, "I like the game. The game runs terribly. They shouldn't have released it. Them releasing a game in a terrible state is not my fault, even remotely close to my fault." There's more Kesserite. We get more tin. There's some gems down there. Might as well mine those. And the other fun thing I can do, once you've kind of dug out a large portion of a layer like this, you can just go all the way across and do this. I'll auto-mine everything. Assuming there's things that are able to be auto-mined. Oh, there's something. More gems. Running kind of low on plants, but... Alright. We've given the dwarves a decent amount of time. Do I have beds? I didn't actually check if we have beds. I do not. Okay, so let's just make 50 beds. To not release the... I said they shouldn't have released the game. To be fair, I know somebody who had the game before launch who was saying the exact same thing. He had access to the game way in advance and was paid to make several videos about it and was actively saying you need to delay this. I mean, like, mechanically, City Skylines 2, I think, is the best city builder that I've played probably since SimCity was good. Every other aspect of that game is horrible. Like, literally every other aspect of that game is bad. Wait, as someone accused me of being a member of the clickbait hate train, it's like... I don't agree with that. And then someone else was just like, you shouldn't be playing video games on a $600 laptop. And I'm sitting there going, mate, my graphics card costs more than $600. Like, and that's one of the cheaper components of my computer. You should see my CPU. So, unfortunately, you got to bounce. Oh, cheers, Rickelbert. We'll be on next on Monday, because it is my partnerversary. Although, that stream might start late, because I have a thing I got to do, and it won't be super long. But I will be streaming on Monday. Caravan from the Dwarfises has arrived. Hello, Dwarfs. I'm going to wait until the ad ends, because currently Twitch is stuck in an ad, or some people on Twitch are stuck in an ad. It's probably one of the best computers you can possibly have ATM, and you have probably one of the best computers you could probably have at the ATM, and it runs like dog trash. Yeah, it's not even like the old rule of like, oh, just throw more horsepower at it and it'll work eventually. I need to figure out... You know what? YouTube and Twitch need to talk a little bit for like 10 minutes. And once they've spoke for like 10 minutes, they need to agree to let streamers sync ads on multiple platforms. Like, they need to do that. They never will. But YouTube and Twitch need to talk a little bit. Because, like, you know, we're all in this together, I think. Actually, since we're all suddenly allowed to stream on multiple platforms, I'm actually just waiting for YouTube to be all like, no, you can't do that. Ruin the fun, but. All right, so we got these merchants. Let's follow them. All right, let's jump all the way down into here. Do I have a jewelry shop? Yeah, I do. Right there. Let's cut some gems. We got lots of gems, so we'll just cut some. What? How did all of you end up getting forbidden? Oh, I know why. So that's a dump zone. I could actually sell them a shit ton of coke. Maybe I'll do that, actually. Diplomacy. So our outpost liaison is an elf with a dwarven name. And I'm going to ask for iron and steel. Ask for steel anvils. Could import flux, but we're not going to get much, so. A 7950X and a 4090, and it barely tickles at a 60 FPS anything on more than 1080. At anything more than 1080p. I run at 1080p. I run all my games at 1080p. Sometimes I run lower than 1080p because my eyes are terrible. I have a 3070 and a Ryzen 7 7800X3D, which is a dumb name for a fucking... Anyway, I have that. And 60 gigs of RAM, and it's installed on an SSD, and it stutters on anything above medium. Like, unplayable stutter. I'm going to sell them 666 coke. Why? Because it's kind of funny. And it's all right there, so. YouTube's going to demonetize this VOD purely for me saying that. They make a merch ad segment for YouTube? Probably. Do I want to put the work into doing that? I mean, it would play on both. This is me talking to YouTube chat right now. It would actually, it would play on both streams. Like, it's not like I could start setting up super complicated scene things where certain scenes go to different feeds, but frankly, I am simple brain streamer who's been doing this for a billion years, and the way of me keeping this like a reliable, consistent thing is I don't make things too fancy. The second I make things too fancy, so you know all the streamers out there, right? OBS updates, Windows updates, and you just see like dozens of really, really pissed off streamers for like a month. Sanic, you need a break, mate. You really, really, really need a break. You know those streamers that just get really mad whenever anything updates? That's the menu I'm looking for. They get mad when anything updates? Oh, that's why you're upset. You're being haunted by your own dead mother. Well, shit. It's because they have way too much fancy shit. Like, I don't even have fancy transitions. Like, I just use the default everything because it makes stuff not break. Well, I mean, OBS is open source, right? And all of the plugins that are used are made by different users, and a lot of them are also open source. So if OBS updates, sometimes half of your plugins stop working, right? I'm using a plugin right now to stream to both platforms. She wants Sanic to stop eating chili dogs, probably, too. The release date was announced sometime in mid to late August, which was about 2 weeks before Unity's announcement. I wouldn't rule it out if they were part of the insider dev groups that knew about it. I absolutely would expect that they were probably within the insider dev groups that knew about it. I absolutely expect that to be the case. So yeah, I mean, I could start doing that, but honestly, like, when it comes to merch, if I really want to just shout out merch, I will literally just say, hey, chat room. Hey, internet. You want to be Minecart certified? You could get yourself a Minecart certification mug. Fourth wall links. blindIRL.shop.fourthwall. blindIRL-shop.fourthwall.com. You could get yourself a Minecart certification mug. And you could be Minecart certified. Do you have a gremlin in your computer? I've had those before. Now you can get a mug to show it. Or a sticker to show it. And then stick it on the side of your computer so you can show everybody else that you also have gremlins in your computer. I mean, perhaps you like fortresses a whole lot. Maybe you want to have a fortress on your chest. I don't know. Do they ship to Sweden? They ship globally. And some migrants have arrived. Hello, Rugrats. Get these dwarfs in here. You dream of mastering a skills, that's it. Welcome to the fort. How about you? Well, we're gonna need a mayor's office now, I suppose. Specifically, I'm pretty sure the only places my merch store doesn't ship are active war zones and North Korea. So, if you live in Ukraine or, you know, any of the countries that are currently in major conflict, it'd be kind of hard to ship to Gaza, probably. But like, yeah, if you live in Sweden, we'll ship there. We'll be on the Christmas wish list. I'm definitely not working on Christmas-specific merch either. Definitely not. Definitely not making a Christmas sweater. It's time to tinker and repair all that's broken again. You see, Linux people enjoy the process of stuff being broken so that they can fix it. As somebody who repairs analog audio gear, I can see the appeal. I just don't like it when it's at 8 in the morning, 40 minutes before I have to go live, and I can't remember where the fucking settings were anymore. Okay, well, I will buy that. I will buy those chains and ropes. Oh, it's too heavy. Well, I will buy the heavy things that they have. Otherwise, I will not be able to sell them as much coke, which is a damn shame. We'll buy all the picks, bronze crossbows. Turns out, coal, quite heavy. An ugly well, here's my shitty mock-up, right? This is my shitty mock-up that I sent to my artist, which he is fixing and making less shitty. So here's my shitty Dwarf Fortress ugly Christmas sweater mock-up. It'll get better, but that's the current shitty mock-up that I made. So you know. You know, actually, I'm going to do this in reverse. Let's remove all of this. And then add stuff, because this will be easier. Also, if you don't know, hold shift and scroll. Scroll's way faster. By the way, fun fact about Dwarf Fort. Everybody who complains that things scroll too slowly, just hold shift. Want to scroll a whole page at a time? Hold shift. Just trying to get this value up here. Because these, turns out, ain't that valuable. Trying to sell them coal. That's too warm for clothing. Yeah, I mean, if you live in, like, a tropical environment, I can't really help you. And we have to get it from yellow to green. A little worried. Stuff's gonna be too heavy. It's not a lot of value for a lot of weight. I'm aware that I'm missing some, that's fine. Okay, well, we're in the yellow now. Decorated with rings of sheep's wool. Yeah, I could put the description of it on the back. This is a 100% this is a 100% sheep's wool shirt. All wool is made of sheep, we swear. Definitely. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Or mediocre to high quality because it's from a merch store. And some people thinking about others. Ah, that's fair. You generally like cold? Me too. I mean, it's about 10 degrees Celsius in my apartment right now, for reference. And I'm in a t-shirt, so I feel you there. Ah, man. So weight gets too heavy before it's valuable enough. All right, so then what I need to do is I need to remove some of this so that the weight ain't too much. And just remove some of these more valuable items. That'll do. All right, well, we've done trading. The writing is passable. The grammar is terrible. How much am I thinking of selling it for? I have no idea. We'll figure that out. Figure that out once it's done and I can actually look at the amount that it's going to cost. Ah, shit. Acray's not actually. You're supposed to be no uniform. No uniform, and then you. Ranged. You've got no ammo, which is fine. Currently is fine anyway. They're all gonna go train. Which I assume is literally just standing here and training, right? Yep. Mistum the Peasant has been taken by a Fey mood. We're going to start smelting magnetite ore and then go follow Mistum. Oh, he's grabbed the gem cutter shop. He's grabbed rough pyrites. Wife's a recruit in the military. He's grabbing more rubicells. Grabbed wood. Until your dumb human hands started to get cold. Kind of feel that. You must have rough gems. Must have logs. You have bones, rough gems. Silk cloth. Ah. Oh, did they just leave? Guess so. All right, so I need silk. Do I even have like a loom? I don't think I do. Now, the question is there even... They are just a unnamed dwarf, but I don't really want a vengeful dwarf coming back. We'll have to see. I mean, there might actually be cobwebs on the surface. This is spooky biome. Okay, there are no webs to collect. I mean, just go watch some Apitor videos, and you will feel validated on your immunity to cold. On a frequency radio headset. Pretty cool. Not going to complain about that. All right, let's go to like layer 90. See if we can find another cavern there. Minus 40 F? Even is that in Celsius? I'm good at the plus. Fahrenheits, but the negatives. Oh, that's literally just minus 40 C? I mean, depends. If it's dry, minus 40 is not so bad. Yeah, I can never remember if it's the 30s or the 40s where it's the same in both. It's the only point where they're the same. Gotcha. Yeah, minus 40 is not so bad. It's bad when it's freezing rain. But just minus 40, not so bad. So I was in Las Vegas this past weekend, and there is something terrifying to me about being in temperatures hotter than 30 degrees Celsius. And there's a giant bird in my stairway. And something hotter than 30 degrees Celsius. Yep, there's a giant lorikeet here. I want to fly out of here, Burby. Anyway, there's something crazy to me about being in temperatures hotter than 30 degrees Celsius. And there's people walking around in, like, black hoodies. There's something genuinely terrifying about that to me. And then I talk about being excited to be in cool weather again, and it's like, oh. No, it is definitely, it depends on what you're all it absolutely depends on what you're acclimated to, but. No, like, I mean, like, I was in a t-shirt and shorts, right? And it was tolerable, the temperatures. And people that are, like, local to the area were complaining about how it was cold. I'm like, it's 38 degrees Celsius, you fucks. It's 38. This is dead middle of the goddamn summer for me. And you guys are complaining it's cold? Like, to me, that just seems unnatural. But I'm obviously not even remotely acclimated to it. I'd move north if I could do it without needing a car. But I need a car. 24 senior wearing a hoodie. It's 10 degrees Celsius, and you can see me in my t-shirt. The door is open. It's 6 degrees Celsius outside. The only reason it's 10 in this room is because of the fact that I have a fan blowing at me. It's the time of the year where I go to war with the fruit flies because my apartment always gets fruit flies in the summer because I'm very close to the building's garbage room. So when cool weather happens outside, I literally go to war with the insects by making my apartment as cold as I actually want it to be. 10 degrees? What the fuck, dude? I don't know. I start complaining when it's above 20 C. That's when I start complaining. That's when I'm in a t-shirt and shorts and I start bitching. And then people on stream are just like, wait, how hot is it? And I'm like, 25 C. And they're like, you think that's hot? I'm like, do you live somewhere with air conditioning? And this is why we have a goose on the ceiling. The were-lizard Ghostrazor Eburar Astgado has come, a giant lizard twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow yellow. Its sepia scales are round and set far apart. Now you will know why you fear the night. Well, shit, it's already fighting with something. Okay, Goose! You failed. You're supposed to spot the were-creature before it's in the fortress. Well, it begins Were Lizard scratches, grabs, bites the peasant in the upper arm. Who is the peasant? Moldath is the peasant. Moldath, you've been bit. Your job now is bit. Oh boy, that was not what I wanted to do. Bites the bit, okay. Shakes the bit. An artery has been opened by the attack. Ligament has been torn. Releases the grip. Grabs the bit, okay. The bit misses. Where Lizard bites the herbalist.
I'm born.
Herbalist. Bit. I don't know. Have you been born? It's possible. All right. Well, okay. So we've got 2 dwarves that have been bit. You've got you, and we've got you. So what I'm going to do, I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna go down. Thank you very much for the 9th month, and welcome back. I'm gonna make a burrow. It's gonna be several layers. All Mind Control, thank you very much for gifting some subscriptions to the chat. Appreciate you, mate. All right, well, let's turn that on. Unless your name is, whoops. Unless you're one of these two. Yeah, well, this were creature right now bites the bit, bites the bit, bites the bit, bites, grabs the bit, bites the dwarf named Bit. Bites, 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 bites. Bites, bites, bites. I'm looking for combat logs where they bite things that are not already named Bit. Realized, yeah, the goose is in fact alive, yes. I guess I need to give it ways to see through the ground. All right, so this dwarf hasn't been bit yet. It's just this dwarf and this dwarf who are being heroes. So let's turn this on. Shakes the bit around, misses. Shakes the bit around. Okay, he's just shaking the guy that he's bit around. He's bit him and he's shaking him around. Shakes the bit around. I'm hoping he just kills these 2 dwarves. And then I can just lock this. And when he becomes a dwarf again, or whatever, Ghostrazor is probably a goblin, actually. Yeah, definitely a goblin. Former married to somebody named Astrog? Yeah, definitely a goblin. Worships piss. Well, that checks out. All right. Still shaking him around. Grabbing him. Their fortress. The fortress is right. It's on your screen. DJ Boom Boom Shrimp. If you're looking for where it is, it's on the screen. We'll see you later. All Mind Control. Thank you very much for gifting subscriptions. You are very kind. We will see you around, dude. Craftsdwarf punches him. Don't. Whoa. With the right hand. And the injured part explodes into gore. Explodes a finger. Bites the Craftsdwarf. All right. Well, you've been bit now, too. You're bit number 3. It's getting a little bit scary, chat. A little bit scary. Grabs him. Misses. Knocked over. Grabs him. Misses. Releases the grip. Bites him again. Dwarf has been knocked unconscious. Continuing to latch on. Continuing to fight. So basically these This dwarf. This dwarf. And this dwarf are all were creatures now. Osmil, the dwarf that got bit, has been found dead. We now have one. This one is walking up this way. I could lock them in a were-creature tower, which could be fun. Endok has been left there. And the creature is now a goblin, which is Ghostrazor. I'm pretty sure 2 of them died. And we now have a were-creature watchman, is what we're going to do. What we're going to do is we are going to send all of our squads that have weapons up, and we're going to beat the ever-living crap out of this goblin. This goblin appears to be enemies with literally everybody, but originally came from the Anguished Devil. They are married. She is married. She only has one long-term acquaintance and is impeccably curious. And her hair is extremely long. Her nose bridge is concave. Her eyes are red, and her skin is ash gray. Gonna run down and is, well, getting chased by my dwarves. Running up and down the stairs quite a bit. And there it goes. And I can claim the bodies here. Now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna open this up. And I'm going to build a square quartzite. Except here, this is going to be suspended. I'm going to make a burrow. I'm going to make a new burrow. Hit the wrong button for. I go to search. EF hack. Assign you to this. And then I'm going to build a wall of ramps, and then the top of this is going to go up above it. So let's follow the bit dwarf. Although first we are stuck in an ad. I'm going to take this opportunity to real quick go use the toilet, and we'll be right back. You've only seen one were-creature in person, and that was in adventure mode? You must be playing a different video game than me, because I don't know how that's possible. I think my very first ever fortress died to a were-creature. Also, I have to stop the humble bragging for a second, because, like, yes, I've been talking about how it's not cold in here. It's actually getting a little chilly, so I have put on a hoodie. But it is still 10°C in here, so. We have this dwarf. Are you moving? No. Well, good news is I can turn this off. And we need to keep a very close eye on this dwarf. I could also just lock him back here. That's also an option. But I'm assuming I can give him water. Okay, you know what? We'll just lock you in here for right now. Because if you're locked in here, you can't get out. It is 10 degrees Celsius in here right now, yeah. Well, it's probably a bit warmer than that because I have a computer by my leg, which is blowing hot air out. That is intentional, yes. You two can be unignored, but you are intentional. Okay, so that's the one-wire creature locked away. Now I can leave this off for now. All right. Also, I just have to, like, exclaim this because I think this is weird. I've been streaming for a very, very, very long time, right? Like, I've been streaming for almost 10 years. As long as I've streamed, the term for streams has always been stream. And I don't know if TikTok is to blame for this or who's to blame for this, but all of a sudden, people have stopped calling streams streams and they've started calling them lives. What? They're streams. They're not lives. Lives means something completely different. It's a stream. Is this TikTok's fault? Whose fault is this? For the love of Christ. They've always been live streams. Yeah, they're streams. It's a stream. It's not a live. Facebook uses live. Facebook needs to die in a fire. We've talked about this many times. Mark Zuckerberg just needs to be locked on his yacht and he can go practice MMA or whatever. That's fine. But Facebook, just go away. Stop it. Poisoning the world. Mostly. TikTok ain't helping though. What term YouTube uses? I think lives too. Pretty sure YouTube initially called them streams, but changed to live around the same time TikTok exploded. And YouTube was like, I'm gonna make shorts now. Pretty sure Facebook is dying in a fire. Sure, but like people use WhatsApp, people use Messenger, people like there's a lot of people who insist they don't have a Facebook account, yet they use WhatsApp and Instagram. So I also don't like calling it simulcasting. To me, it's always been multicasting. Multicasting has been around as long as I've been around, and it's multicasting. It's not simulcasting. Facebook was never cool. I have to pleasantly disagree with that. We have Snatchers and a Dwarf's gone berserk. This Dwarf is in a berserk rage because I don't have Silk. They are now fighting with this Dwarf, and I'm going to station my military here. Okay, sweet. You were able to get him first. Ranger J was able to take the Dwarf out before it became a major problem. So shoutouts to Ranger J. But we do, however, have another Dwarf to deal with that's dead. So that's 4 death. Now, also, where the Snatchers go? Is the question. Did the Snatchers get anybody? Nope, they did not. They've already left the map, so they obviously left pretty quick. Sanic is still the most pissed. You're just horrifying after seeing a goblin die. Well, I mean, there's worse things that you could see. Did you kill him? No, you didn't. Well, you are in the military, right? No, you're not. Your Dwarf did make it. You did, in fact, migrate here. You're also very happy about most things. Your wife also made it, too. Same with your eldest son, Frank. You've seen some shit, man. But remembering becoming a parent has actually caused you to change your intellectual values. And, trying to find what that changed. After becoming a parent, you very easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. It made you a happier person. Is nobody making beds? Did I not make any new... Ah. I was like, why is nobody making beds? I don't have a carpenter, right? Found the problem. Making beds is making beds. Well, clearly. So we do, in fact, have a were creature who is now fully healed. The one nice thing about were creatures is when they are fully healed, or when they become were creatures, they fully heal. So because we've just passed the full moon, we can release this dwarf and try and get them into their burrow. Up here. Which is currently paused. I'm going to go let them attend their meeting, because they're going to need to do that first. This dwarf just decided to not dig out that wall. Okay. Guess he got thirsty or something. Really? Is that actually the term for it? Well, I ain't using no special servers. That sounds like a waste of time. All right, well, this dwarf, it feels gratitude after being rescued, is going... Uh-oh. Is there still... It's kind of funny. There's... I think that were creature was actually a snatcher. It was coming to steal my dwarves first. Okay, so go attend your meeting first. How did I move the camera? Gonna go meet with the expedition leader, I would assume. Okay, then you're gonna go pick up equipment. Because you dumped all of your clothing, apparently. Where are you going? They removed the term "wear ass" from the game when the Steam version came out because they said it was too childish. Or people would assume it was something different and said it was a bad look for the game, which I don't really agree with. But sweet, you're so well behaved. I just canceled one of them. That saddens you? Yeah, me too, kind of, but I also kind of get it. That was the one that I accidentally canceled, which I'm not going to make out of wood. Sticking with the pink color scheme for the surface. All right, so this dude lives here now. You're more than welcome to engrave your floors. That's all you get to do. If you enjoy your entertainment, you only get to do it once. But he's also just going to be trying to attend a meeting for all eternity. He's upset. Yeah, these dwarves all need to train for a bit. There are plenty of places to see ass on the internet. Hardy, hardy, har. All right. Do I have a mayor? I do not have a mayor just yet. These are going to be different temples. I think I'm going to get rid of this generic make rock blocks job, and I'm going to make rock blocks. We're going to make microcline blocks, and we're going to make quartzite blocks. So we're going to do 2 separate jobs. Actually, no, let's do claystone microcline. So for microcline, I have 120. Claystone, I have 100. It's 70. We'll queue up 80. What's up, Blinku? How's things? Also, chat room, Laya Gushka's in need of a subscription to the channel. If anybody wants to help out, that would be rad. Laya. The only person on the screen right now who isn't subbed. Darren. Not much? Gotcha. All right, we gotta be making beds now. So we are, in fact, making beds now. Good. Get these dwarves beds. Multi-bedroom. 13 more bedrooms were created. No, I didn't. Okay. Whew. Anonymous, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Laya. Hell yeah. The world is at peace once again. Like magic. Yeah, like magic. Okay, let's scream about the fact that we don't have any drinks. That's what we're gonna do. Let's go over here. We're gonna grab you and say, "Brew me some drinks, you doofus." Also gonna go over here. Take this back. And then we're going to kind of roll back up to where we were. So I was looking on this layer for a cavern, which I didn't find. So clearly there isn't one on this layer, so let's go up a couple. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Hopend Dinot. Appreciate you. Means a lot, dude. Thanks for all the support you've thrown at the channel over the past couple weeks. I'm looking for a combination of metal and cavern layers. Both things. That's okay. I'm still worried. And I will probably be perpetually worried. Pocket glass. And Elfie Bean throws $1 into the hype train to start the hype train. Appreciate you, Elfie. Let's do that. Let's get some more of these bedrooms made. 10 more. Hopefully that'll be enough. It's real nice when it's like, oh yay, just 2 dwarves immediately get stuck in there. 2 more. Means that they're married. Gertha, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. And Elfie became a YouTube member. Thank you, Elfie. Appreciate you. I don't think the were creature needs a bedroom. What the heck do other people say? How else would you pronounce that word? I mean, to be fair, people screw up my username all the time, and it's literally just blind IRL. Like, it's not complicated in any way, but people somehow overcomplicate it to hell and back, and I don't understand how. Like, I get called Blindy a lot, which I will never fully get. Hi, Slay Smoke. Thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Recognize. Appreciate you, dude. This right here can be a temple. Just looking at what the most popular gods are. There's plenty that have, like, no worshippers. The buttery is very popular. So I have quite a few religions. A lot of the religions are all focused on the same gods. It's like labor, crafts, creation, and rebirth. A lot of religions worship the Buttery, Misty Keeps, and Leto. But let's start off with this one. There's also a ghost floating around. I would say it as Sadie. Is how I would say that, but now that you're saying it, everybody says them wrong, then I don't really know. All right, so we've got more dwarves we got to memorialize. Asmil and Mistim. So we got Jangles and Tellin. Just gonna pop out a screenshot here. A decent amount of iron bar and a decent amount of tin. We'll make 2 tin statues. Endok, Doran, Diamond Towns. And we're only gonna make. I don't actually know if I started off with the top one or the low one. Let's do this again. Endok, Diamond Towns, and then the lower one will be Asmil Rule. Then we're only gonna make one of each. Not infinite, just one of each. Because we are not memorializing any dwarves. Period. Sadix. Yeah, it looks like Sadie is what it looks like, but I'm assuming that's what you generally get wrong. But Sadie is your mom's name? Yeah. Sadix. It's kind of hard because the EYX is capitalized too, but I'm assuming that's the way you want it to look. Roof webbed. Save the dwarf if we had webs on the roof. All right, let's remove guests from there.
I like trains.
Me too. Nyum. Yeah, I know. I mean, my name's stuck too, to be fair. My name started off as self-deprecating humor in Counter-Strike. Now it's my name, and my branding, and my business. So, you know, we don't always pick the names we get. Oops, that was supposed to be floor in the middle one, not wall. Okay, do I have a processed plants job? I don't. I barely watch Niriden, so I don't know. Good question. Certainly stream it a lot more than he does. Only if you have that enabled and I have it disabled, because I don't like the game playing itself. It really bothers me when video games play themselves for me. It's like, why am I playing the video game if I'm not doing the video game? So... And chat room, thank you very much for the hype train with the $2.50 in bits and the 4 subscriptions. The cheeky question. Realistically, I think asking who's best at this video game is just kind of a pointless endeavor. I certainly stream this game more than literally anybody else on the planet, though. But can't really be best at a single-player game. It's not necessarily true, that statement. Speedrunning is a thing. But that's also a specific type of play style, so... Long running also? Yeah. That's fast, not best. Yeah, that's why I said it's a specific playstyle. Because if you play enough of any open world game where the worlds themselves are randomly generated, you start getting what I would call echoes of the other worlds that you've been in the past, where you're like, ah, I've seen something very similar to this before, but not exactly the same. Why would I have the visually impaired tag if I wasn't actually visually impaired? Is the only real response to that statement. Otherwise, that would be literally lying about having a disability, which is about as low as you can be as a human being. And I can be pretty petty and low in a lot of cases, but I wouldn't lie about having a disability. I only just bought the Steam version of DF. Gotcha. Well, just remember a min-maxed fort is a boring fort. Try and orchestrate fun. Because once you're good at Dwarf Fortress, everything is easy. Everything is avoidable. And everything is fixable. There's almost no guaranteed lost states if you are playing cautiously. How do you clear an indoor refuse pile's miasma? You don't. You literally have to wait for the bodies to rot. Yep. You don't clear miasma. The bodies have to finish rotting. Generally, the goal would be to memorialize and get rid of all of the bodies before they're done rotting. Yet another ghost is risen and is haunting the fortress. So moods are going to start going down now. Because we are not memorializing dwarves. If anybody missed it, one of the goals of this fortress is to just let the dwarves exist. Fortunately, Tel and Artho's a pretty chill ghost so far. Too spooky? We're trying to be spooky. I'm also kind of testing another player's theory that it's possible to make dwarves get used to having ghosts around. Which, we'll see. Maybe that's true. let's start making bone bolts. I'm just gonna say make 30 bone bolts. When the amount of unrotten body part is available. Oh, everybody asks me this, Mackin, as if I have some information that the rest of the entire planet doesn't have. At the end of the day, the most up-to-date information on Adventure Mode is the roadmap that they released a couple of weeks ago. Nothing else has changed. Are the bone bolts for hunting? Nope. They're for making baddies dodge. They can also, like, actually do some decent damage, but no, I'm going to be using it to make them dodge. Similar to, like, stonefall traps. And also training. If I find a large amount of iron somewhere, or copper, then we will swap over to copper or iron bolts. But yeah, no, the most up-to-date information on Adventure Mode is the roadmap, and I will be forever perplexed as to why everybody presumes that I have information that isn't publicly released. By the time I get information, it means it's public. And if it's in a video, it means it's public. And if there isn't a video about it, there isn't information yet. And I'm pretty good about getting videos out within a couple of hours. I'm going to build a fishery shop just on the off chance we end up with some fish somehow. So that's about all there really is to it. Lava is kind of my plan currently. You're hoping for more Steam Workshop mods, but it looks like most of the mods need installing before you generate a world. Yep, that's how Dwarf Fortress has always worked. But fortunately, Dwarf Fortress is a game with enough variety in it that really it doesn't need any mods. Most of the mods are just reskins of stuff that already exists, right? Or stuff that is slightly stronger versions of things that already exist. I'd rather just play with the stuff that already exists and just not worry about mods, making my game less stable in the vast majority of cases. Sometimes I will install like complete overhaul mods, but largely it's just not worth it. Quality of life, all you need for that is DFX, which isn't even a mod, so. Like, if you want more quality of life oriented UI, just use DFX. And that's it. Like, there's no reason to use any other mods. Which makes a lot of, like, mod creators sad when I say that, but, like, if you're playing as kobolds, they're literally just dwarves that don't need to drink, that are smaller and weaker. Aside from that, the playstyle is exactly the same. Z-level vision mod. The hell does that do? Yeah, that Dragon Soul. Like, there's a few examples of, like, really cool overhaul mods from over the years, but they are very few and far between. And most of them haven't even been ported. Changes the amount, the game changes the transparency. Changes the amount, the game changes the transparency. Oh, so like stuff doesn't fade off into the distance as quickly? I feel like that would, cause like the reason stuff fades off into the distance is like a performance thing. I feel like that would make the game run like piss, but interesting. I wouldn't want that personally, but. Although, I come from the old days where you could only see one Z level at a time, so seeing multiple Z levels at all is weird already for me. Shush, Diamond. I don't worship shite. I hate you, Gfin. Just for the next 10 seconds. I really hate you. Mod that restricts the vision to 1Z level might actually be easier for you. It's called ASCII. See? 1Z level. 1Z level. Z level below is dots. See? Z level below is dots. Aside from that, it's 1Z level. You can see slight colors for 1Z level. That's it. I will never understand why anybody used or liked the sound sense sounds. What? Oh. We've got a mean ghost. Becoming a haunted fort. Dwarf got battered by Mistum. And is probably going to end up in hospital in a moment. Asob. Where is Asob? That's the ghost? Okay, better question is, why do all of the ghosts just look like normal dwarves? Also, Slaughter Lenses is a bad name for a ghost. Spooky Fort? It is technically an evil biome, but the evil biome has been very underwhelming. So, while it is an evil biome, the biome itself is doing nothing. But one of the rules for this Halloween fort is I am not memorializing any dwarves. Period. So when dwarves die, they just become ghosts. We're just dealing with it as it happens and see how it goes. But, you know, it's fine. Assuming we're going to end up with a dwarf and, yep, there you are. Ability to stand lost. That's not so bad. Well, you're up and moving. You're using a crutch. You need more socks. Storing owned items. How are we doing on cloth? Yeah, no, I fully expect this fortress to end up in a tantrum spiral or something. But that's kind of the goal. What was I doing? I was doing something. I was going to do something. Automatically weave all thread, blah, 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 blah. No, I want kitchen. I want to, don't brew pigtails. Please stop brewing pigtails. For the love of dwarves, please stop brewing pigtails. Please cook all of the seeds that are not pigtail seeds and not plump helmet seeds. Stop cooking my booze. Yeah, and cook the pig's milk. I just throw the remains into lava with a minecart. Remain goes into this, goes into minecart, goes into lava. Like, I personally don't see any need for a mod like that because, like, this works just fine. Audible alerts gave me a heart attack the one time I installed a fort that was using it. True story. I freaked out. I was like, why are there so many? Where's all these sounds coming from? So yeah, it kind of freaked me out a little bit. I don't like that mod very much. Audible alerts, I think, is a mod for people who didn't play in the old days. But that's fine. If it helps, if it makes the process of playing the game easier, use it. But for me, it drives me nuts. Like, I had to play a fort that was using audible alerts, and you know what I immediately did? I muted all of the sounds under the sound effects right here. Just set that to 0 because I was just like, I need that off. I need that gone and dead and to never play again. There's nothing to master. Back in my day, this game was, I don't know, less accessible. It's probably for the worst. But no, I don't overthink lava. Lava's less dangerous than water. But possums suck for war. I mean, like, there's a lot of mods like that where it's just like, oh, I want cats to be war trainable. So, you want to have a lot of dead cats? is what I think when I hear that. Like, because that's all the outcome of that is you're just going to have a lot of dead cats. And miss. Okay, that's the old one. And then I can jump up here to the surface, and I can do this. Done this a minute ago, but I kind of forgot. Oh, you just chuckle at the fact that there's a possibility for that. Gotcha. I mean, I don't know. War Grizzly Bears is equally funny to me, but... Eventually, I will find another cavern lair. Keyword here is eventually. Is there any ore in this cavern? It's granite. Like it's all just granite and then some rubicells. There's diorite over there. More of those. Red gem. I'm pretty sure that's the top of a fun tube, isn't it? That's not. Diagnoser's been possessed. Hopefully he's not currently diagnosing anything. Oh, shit. Just realized there's a couple of these. What did we get? More Kesserite, and more Kesserite. Sad it's not magnetite, but hey, we'll take it. The higher your population, the lower your frame rate. So set your population to a frame rate that you're willing to tolerate. Dwarves being in your fort is the #1 destroyer of frames. So it is 100% up to you. But I recommend you leave it on the default. The idea also of a recommended settings video is actually not a bad idea. Maybe I should do something like that. You want everything in Obsidian? I actually really hate Obsidian in this version. Just because, like, it looks like there's assets missing. But fortunately, Obsidian is a 100% renewable resource, so you just need water and lava. Just put the water on the lava, and then you mine it all up. It's pretty... I was trying to do a put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up, but it didn't work. Just long story short, just put the water in the lava, and then you mine it all up, and then you have literally unlimited of the stuff. So if you want everything Obsidian, congratulations. That's very easy to do. You can have that. Just settle on a volcano, maybe an ocean. I try very little at most things I do in life, to be honest. There's more sulfurite. More zinc incoming. Oops, that is not what I wanted. That is what I wanted. And red tourmalines. Oh, you used Spacepot's Fox style set? And it looked great. I didn't like most of... My biggest issue with the Space Fox style set is it gave the early signs of the issue that has now been fixed with SDL2 in this version, which was the graphics were being rendered on the CPU and not on the graphics card. So now graphics in modern Dwarf Fortress are rendered on the graphics card. Whereas in version 47 and before, it was rendered on the CPU. Same with like the very first iteration of version 50. So I hated using graphical tile sets back in the day because it made the game lag. It made it feel slower. Like, I'd hit a button and there was like a noticeable delay before it would input on screen. And I think a lot of people just played with those tile sets and complained that the game felt laggy. When in reality, it's like, oh, literally all you actually needed to do was just play with an ASCII tile set, which is what I did for years. I played with a very modified version of Krug Smash's tile set because it didn't have any graphics, so it wasn't actually rendering anything, so there was no lag. Topike, the Diagnoser, has created Umam Shinir, a diorite mug, and offers it to the everlasting ghost of terror. This is a diorite mug. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned diorite cabochons and encircled with bands of sparrow man leather. On the item is an image of Introduction to Happiness, the creeping eye parchment scroll in diorite. Now, I've said that the goal of this fort is to start a civil war. So we might as well start working towards that, yeah? What time of year is it? Early spring? Maybe not enough time for this next trade caravan. But the one after. Certainly. Even if it means reducing pop cap? Unfortunately, you are in a massive minority. Most people are like, game not running at 144 frames per second, game bad, negative review. It's most people. This is actually a game where I actually don't mind if it runs at like 30. But again, I would rather it runs at 100. Does it work? Yep. It only multi-threads one portion of the game, which is the line of sight code. But yes, it does work. I'm running it right now. $30 or $60, depending on the style. I generally like my games to just run at 60 out of principle, but if it's more of a buildery game like this, or a tick-based game, I don't care. Like, if I'm playing a roguelike, like a traditional roguelike, and it's running at 10 frames a second, I really don't care. What's important is that the game and menus is functional. Yeah, no, I agree. Become a tick-based game? No, City Skylines 2 is a PowerPoint presentation demo of what City Skylines 2 could be. That's what City Skylines 2 is. I just want to put this mug on a pedestal in my tavern. That's all I want to do. Ooh, look at all this. More sulfurate, more sulfurate, lots of zinc. Lots and lots of zinc. Excellent, 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 excellent. Excellent. Oh, I need to auto mine this, not priority mine this. Prefect. Although we're sitting here like joking about City Skylines. I am going to stream some more City Skylines too. Because I would like to play more of it. Which we're going to do today, actually. Probably in about an hour. Mine's is how good something looks is not very much. Aces me. I'll play a bad game. You'll play a bad game if it looks good. I can tell you for a fact I don't do that. Also, do we have a mayor yet? I do. Cybrek is my mayor. I think is in my military. Some weaponsmiths. Planter. Peasants. I'm just skimming. Do you have any relevant skills anywhere? I throw "Are you serious" in here because you're a competent spear dwarf. Throw Aban, the axe dwarf, in. Pick me. Just immediately pick me. Well, MB Audio, welcome to the fortress. You're a child. He does not generally seek retribution for his past wrongs. He is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he does not often feel lustful. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he doesn't handle stress well. He tends to think before acting, and he is curious and eager to learn. Hey, Psychon, how's things, dude? Welcome to the fort. What else do we have? Peasants. Weaponsmiths. Dreams of becoming a legendary warrior, hey? Do you now? What the hell is wrong with that dwarf's face? Seriously, what the hell is wrong with your... What are you wearing, dwarf? It's like your hat has become... It's like your hood has become one with your skin. They're wearing a rent... Oh, I see. They have a bronze mask on. That makes sense. I never make masks. Never import masks. So I very rarely see them. Need to create a Marksdwarf hall, actually. Competent bow dwarf. Will you be using a crossbow, not a bobo? You're a peasant, we'll take you. You're a trader, we'll take you. Can dwarves even make masks, or are they a foreign item? I think they are a foreign item, aren't they? Yeah, they are a foreign item. So I have to get them from goblins. Can buy, well, that is literally the definition of a foreign item. If you can buy them from humans sometimes. But yes. I think it's like humans and goblins that have them usually. Alright, so we're up to 76 dwarves. It's the bad fallout number. And the mayor needs a place. So we will give the mayor a place. Once we've given the mayor a space, mayor is going to go here. Once we've given the mayor a place for a dining hall, and office/bedroom, office/dining hall and bedroom. We'll go with that. Once we've done that, we are going to start building a trade depot that can annihilate traders. Now, Papyrus, hello. Which is, again, something I almost never do in this video game. But it's Halloween, so we get to be evil. Can't make them in dwarves that come in with them. You know, it's funny. That used to be underwear. Beefin. Used to be underwear. Underwear used to cause that exact problem. So the scariest part about getting attacked by elves was do not unforbid their clothing. Because they would all bring loincloths and thongs. Dwarves couldn't make loincloths or thongs. So after much begging and requesting and asking nicely and begging and requesting and asking nicely, for version 50, we finally got the undies update. For all of you normies out there, it's the Steam version with the new UI. But for old school weirdos like me, it's just the undies update. Dwarves can make underwear now. I low-key do sort of look like a villain. Aw, shucks. Thank you. It's partially because I'm a psychopath. Technically, I'm just a sociopath. But, you know, self-described psychopath. I haven't killed many people recently. Let's put these doors in. I mean, ever. Like empathy? What's that? Dwarves aren't people. Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. And? This is great. We got microclient and quartzite. Everything looked super fancy. Rumble. How much tin do I have right now? 98. All right. Let's make some tin furniture. Tin table and tin throne and tin chests. 30 of each. Might as well also make tin cabinets, but then it'll be too much. Can't tell if your best friend would hate me or love you, IRL. I'll say this, I'm a lot more passive in real life. Anybody who's met me will know that I am a much more brash, loud person on the internet. In person, I'm just kind of a quiet person who keeps to himself. It's a lot of sulfurite.
Crypt beer.
Kesserite and sulfurite there. Trying to figure out where... You know, I could just... I need power. That's the current problem I have, is I need power. And to get power, I need water. And to get water, I need to find the caverns. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to dig to like right here. I'm going to start prospecting. Let's see if that hits a cavern layer. Rather, let's hope that that hits a cavern layer. What do you got against water and power? So there's a bunch of lava up here. That's fascinating. Lava spout, maybe? Shoutouts to the manager, Rory, who's getting to work. Really playing into that villain archetype. I'm talking about, like, you know, physical power. Not like super villain power, but like mechanical power. That's it. Also, Femix ZN with the Prime sub. for 3 months. By the way, thank you very much for the first notification of, you know, money in quite some time. More cast right wall. Really hard work at the staircase. Hey, man, have you ever tried making stairs out of rock? Dwarf's pretty quick at it, too. A couple steps a day. A couple floors per day, even. Unlimited power! I don't actually think those movies are that funny, but they're great to quote. Oh, great. Excellent. That's exactly what I was looking for. We've discovered a giant hole in the ground. Awesome. Ooh. I really like this world's cavern layers. What the fuck? That's cool, man. Look at all this. That's schwanky. Layer 60. All right, so for layer 60, we're going to dig out this. We're gonna dig up here. Dig over one. We're just gonna get rid of this. Alright, well, everybody has weapons and shields now, which is good. And helms. So we're getting there. But this is also convenient. Very convenient. Oh, this is a wonderful cavern lair. Absolutely wonderful. Hello, good evening. Hello, guys. OCB. How's things? Good evening. Ow. Doing the stretching. I've been on this stream for hours. You need help. Well, get up and take a break. Go for a walk. New migrant wave? No, stuck in an ad. Just waiting for that to end. Although I'm curious about something. List of objects. What's in the list of objects? All right, so I'm going to go check something because I'm very curious about this. Has that updated yet? Dang it, no it hasn't. So the first stream I did on YouTube made me $4.72 in ad revenue. I'm really curious about how much the second one did because the second one didn't get limited ads. It did get me 5 YouTube subs, 438 hours of watch time, and 1,100 views. So because this one doesn't have limited, I'm expecting this one to make around $10. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Because someone's asking in the YouTube chat, where's the live stream from yesterday? It'll be put up on the Blind Extras account. It's archived up there. I'm not gonna spam my main YouTube account with VODs. Kimberlite, Gabbro, Giant Blood. I'm thinking we seal off this area and take advantage of this lava. Oh, wait, so are you talking about a dwarf that's equipped the name spear? Because artifacts don't have sprites currently. If you're talking about like a named artifact spear that they have equipped, they do not have sprites. There is a mod that I think makes them have sprites. But you'll see the sprite. If it's a spear, you should be able to see the sprite while it's on the ground. But the second it becomes something that they've equipped, the sprite will vanish. Yeah, that's the worst part about like multi-streaming to multiple platforms is YouTube subscriptions versus Twitch follows versus YouTube members versus Twitch subscriptions. Shoot me in the head. God damn it. Yeah, okay, so you'll see it on the ground, but not when the dwarf equips it. Yeah, because it's an artifact. Minor oversight. It is equipped, though. Personally, I just wouldn't. Just know that they have it equipped. If they're wielding a named item, you're not going to see it. Yeah, they also are unlisted on the main channel, so if you happen to have the link, then you can get it. But I'm not really promoting VODs on the main channel because I want people to subscribe to the VOD channel, which is Blind Extras. That's just what I want people to do. Actually going to get rid of this up here. We're going to start building walls. Go all the way across here. Most granite, so we'll just use granite. Go around the edges. It's also kind of hoping that there would be water in this cavern layer, but I don't think I'm going to be so lucky, unfortunately. At least I haven't seen any water yet, just lava. You could say that it could be quite stupid, but the reality is Dwarf Fortress doesn't do things the way that you think are logical, and that is why Dwarf Fortress is special. Because it does things the way it wants. So you could say it's stupid all you like, but... Oh, look at this. Salty Tempest is hunting. Hunting an elk bird, even. What kind of bolts are you using? Steel bolts? Cool. Very, very injured elk bird. Aim those bolts back. Now you're gonna go return kill. I'm gonna go take it back. Get her butchered. Oh, my mayor just got stuck. Good for you there, dwarf. Several dwarves got stuck, in fact. We do have plenty of dwarves that need a name, but I'm not currently naming dwarves. Because I kind of named dwarves for like 30 minutes straight earlier. It's absolutely something that will be addressed in a future update. That's something that will be addressed, if not before, by the time adventure mode comes out, because that's something that's a very important adventure mode feature, long story short. You need to be able to see all the weapons. Here comes an elk bird. Look at that. And there goes the elk bird. Look at that. Here comes even more elk birds. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Dwarf is bringing a door. I'm just trying to scare them away, because they're just wild animals. Just need this door in place and locked. Let me actually build a... Perfect. Got him. Get wrecked. Stupid elk birds. Except for this one. And that one. Those ones get in, I suppose. Alright, well, we can hunt them. That's fine. Let's turn this off. Were elk birds opening the door and then seeing everybody and running away? Yep. Yeah, no, they're very easily spooked. They would actually be a pretty good livestock for this fortress, though. To the person who's asking about any words on mandates in the YouTube chat, look at this setting. It'll make your life better. If you don't like mandates, get rid of them. Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where if there's a feature you don't like, 9 out of 10 times you can turn it off. You have to look for the setting for it. Pilot, what's up? Can you shear an elk bird? I don't think they're shearable. Don't think. Can't say I've ever tried, to be completely honest. This will be an office. This office will be assigned to the mayor. This up here will be a dining hall. This dining hall will be assigned to the mayor. Elk birds are feathered? Gotcha. Yeah, I've never tried to shear an elk bird, so I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've actually tamed them, too. Pilot's just like, whenever anything bad pops up in the news about airplanes, everybody just ats Pilot about it. Also, Pilot, if that isn't a smoking room, they fucked up. It's all good, Samuel. I do look at the YouTube chat. I just try to not respond to it because Twitch chat's my priority, so. Can you change the move distance from 10 squares to something else like 3? Hold down middle mouse button and drag. I don't think you can actually edit that. Yeah, hold down middle mouse button and drag is what you need to be doing there. I need less planters. Yeah, well, that's the solution I have. So if that doesn't work for you, I apologize. But that is the solution that I have. Also, let's go back up to where we were mining. Gonna need to start hotkeying this fort because stuff's kind of everywhere. And we have another ghost who's now battering one of my peasants. As long as they're battering them and not tar and feathering them. Battering is much more delicious. Oh. Still digging up sulfurite. So much zinc. Oh shit. Emeralds? Like actual native emeralds? And not emeralds from like digging too deep? That's kind of nuts. Really bothers me that I can't cut specific gems anymore. I have to put them in a stockpile and then link a stockpile. I don't like this change. That's actually kind of awesome. Getting spooky up in this fort? Yep. The moods are going to start getting worse. The dwarves are going to start getting stressed. All right, so now that I'm back down here. This right here. I'm going to build a magma chamber next to one of these. Next to this somewhere. Probably a little closer to the fort than I currently am. So what I think I'm going to do, because I know that we have this now, I'm going to go down to about here. And I'm going to start digging up to that. I go 3. Can you not specify it on the work order? Can you? No, you can. Neat. Thanks for teaching me a thing. How many was that? 5? Yeah, previously you had to specify the gem first. I never thought to look for that menu. Thank you. Learn something new every day. Yep. No matter how many hours. Doesn't matter how many hours. Getting ready to play DF and watch your dwarves die. It's always a good time. It's just like extremely complicated lemmings. So that I didn't hit this. And now I'm stuck because I want it to look consistent. Everybody always asks me, why do you do this thing? 9 out of 10 times the response is going to be, because I like the way it looks. It's usually more often than not. That's going to be the answer to the question. It's because Blind likes the way it looks. And this is going to be where we're going to trade. Do I agree that looks matter? So, years ago, I used to argue with the entirety of the wider Dwarf Fortress community that this game is more fun if you focus on aesthetics. When it comes to graphical fidelity, I couldn't give 2 shits. So now you're just like using the most aggravating emote on Twitch, the smiley face, and putting words into my mouth. 2 things I don't particularly appreciate. So I'm going to be as honest with you as I can when I say that. Graphical fidelity is the thing that is killing the video games industry currently. So. Aesthetics matter. Graphical fidelity doesn't. Also, shout outs to Salty for going around and killing all these elk birds for us. You like to read about it? Yeah. No, that's fair. All right, because some people have been complaining. Anybody want a dwarf chat? Say pick me. First dwarf is a novice mace dwarf siege operator. Is going to be Alonzo. Alonzo does not trust others and is a perfectionist. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and he is troubled by this because he values self-control. He doesn't often feel envious of others and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He is often nervous, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He is quick to anger, and it tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He gnaws his lips when he's annoyed and stammers when he's annoyed. I'll see how we should put it, too, at the end of needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally values peace over war and values self-control and respects the development of a skill. Next dwarf here is Freeways. I can type. Freeways. Freeways does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and tends to she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Also, I feel the need to clarify this. The reason I hate graphical fidelity in video games is because the higher the graphical fidelity, the more people you need to make the assets. The more people you need to make the assets, the bigger the budgets and the marketing, the advertising, and the profit margins needs to be. Which is why video games are starting to siphon more and more and more and more and more dollars out of your pockets instead of just simply making better video games. Games that are not as that do not have as high fidelity can be made with smaller teams on smaller budgets with more logical marketing budgets that won't suck. That's it. Graphics make games bad. Actually, abstract play, I just hate capitalism. It's the reality. I just hate capitalism. And I hate that video games are all about money instead of making cool art. Some of the highest rated games of the past few years are games that you buy. You know, everybody loves Hades. It's a game that you buy. Once. Everybody's constantly annoyed with Paradox because they released unfinished bullshit and then nickel and dime you to fix it. Anyway, I will finish reading this description now. She is somewhat quarrelsome and she is bothered by this since she values friendship. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She is trusting, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and it occasionally overindulges and is given to flights of fancy and can handle stress. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Now, of course, this doesn't go for everybody. But a lot of people, myself included, are very tired of games being live services, ongoing things that are constantly developed for all eternity for fees. I like games that are worked on and developed for a very long period of time, but it's really annoying when the enjoyment of the game is based on FOMO, buying large DLCs, and keeping up with other players. That is the natural end game of games with extremely high fidelity. Look at how many people work on Assassin's Creed games versus Assassin's Creed games from 15 years ago, abstract play. And you'll figure out pretty quickly what I'm talking about. Yeah, and then we'll just have generic messes for all eternity, which is maybe even worse, Diamond. Anyway. I'm done with that ramble. I just needed to finish that thought. She personally finds nature to be somewhat disturbing and values romance and tranquility and a peaceful day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And worships, once again, the most popular dwarf. Bought Starfield and played it for 3 days and personally got bored. Well, duh, it's Starfield. Then I bought a game called Spaceborne 2, which doesn't look nearly as beautiful or have the voice acting, but God, it's so much fun and there's so much to do. Yeah, same with like the X games, but X games are also full of DLC. I'm gonna scroll up and find a person who said pick me. Let's go with, did I give Big Spartan, did I give you a dwarf? Just double checking. No, I didn't, okay. Let's go with Nuclear Sneeze. Often feels lustful and has a greedy streak, and it tends to be passive in discussions. And she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And she is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is often cheerful and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She tends to consider what others think of her and often touches others during conversations when she's excited and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. And dreams of mastering a skill, and personally respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. And sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. Doesn't particularly respect commerce. Also, I just saw someone who I really need to give a dwarf to because they've been around for forever and haven't had a dwarf in ages. Spec! Bot! Nah! Good to see you, Spec. Spec finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and has a strong sense of duty, is a pessimist, and is assertive. And he is a friendly individual and enjoys the company of others, is often nervous, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tries to do things correctly each time and is slow to anger, can handle stress, and has a greedy streak. Yes. Well, you've proven my statement, Sadex, right? It's quite a generalized statement, of course. It's important that a game is fun. But how things look makes a big difference in business. People will pay for things which look good despite how bad they are. That's why video games are bad. Literally, you proved my statement. It's the same reason movies are bad. Movies are generalized and tried to be sold to everybody. So thus, certain regions can have certain things. So instead of filming on a set where everybody gets the same product, you film on a green screen where everybody can have a different product. And thus, movies are modular pieces that are put together and assembled after the fact. Video games need to appeal to everybody, so they're generalized and sanitized and dull. And look really pretty, so that everybody buys them. That's why video games are bad. It's also why movies are bad. It's why Star Wars sucks these. Yeah! Can you assign bards that stay in your fort as a performer? So after about a year of hanging around your fortress for temporary residence, because when people ask to stay, it's a temporary resident. After about a year... Heroes are gonna hate, but Star Wars has always been banned. Star Wars was a cheesy vision of one crazy person. Now it's a generic cheesy vision of a corporation which is extremely cynical. It was a cheesy romp through space, which was fun back in the day, and now it's a dull romp through dull, boring, rehashed scripts that aren't fun. What'd you say about Star Wars? Bad things, generally. So I will agree with you. Star Wars has always been a cheesy mess, but it was a fun cheesy mess back in the day. Anyway, I need to name another dwarf, don't I? Star Trek is also lame now. To be fair, I haven't really cared about Star Trek since DS9. You know what? Just so that you stop complaining. Glass. Baka. He is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing his mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. It me. He doesn't mind a little tumult in Discord in day-to-day living, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He finds the rules of etiquette to be valuable in the abstract, and he begins to talk more slowly when he's exasperated. Definitely not me. I talk faster when I'm exasperated. He exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored. I kind of do that. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. You know someone else like that? Yeah, weird, right? I swear I'm a very smart person who knows a shit ton about this industry. You really enjoyed Star Trek Enterprise? I'm sorry. Aegis. Welcome to the fort. She never deliberates before acting to the point of being considered thoughtless and is careful with resources when working on projects, often spends unnecessary effort. Is dour as a rule and conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. You vote, I get the next dwarf? Oh boy. She is dour as a rule and is conflicted by this. She values partisan making in the abstract. She lives a fast-paced life, and she is quick to anger. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. If somebody gifts 5 subs before the end of this migrant wave, I will give myself a dwarf. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. When she's thinking hard, she has a habit of licking her lips and needs alcohol to get through the working day.
I forgot about this account for 3 months.
Totally not Creed. Is this like a you need a refund situation, or are you just back to say hi again? Thank you very much for the 4th month, and I guess I get the next dwarf. And it's a lady. Well, I guess I'm a lady now. Blind. Is completely convinced of her own worthlessness. Checks out. Lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. Not totally true. Desires little for herself in the way of possessions. Not totally untrue. Would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. I'm more of the, like, walk in the other direction before the fight starts kind of person. Often feels discouraged. That checks out. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Yeah, that checks out. She tends to hang on to grievances. Yeah, that checks out. Is often cheerful. I'm more dour as a rule. Assertive and stubborn. Okay, sure. Doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. That's not me at all. Is somewhat quarrelsome. I guess that depends on your perspective. And is bothered by this since she values friendship. Okay, that part's true. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. That's definitely not true. I haven't drank since I left Vegas. Personally believes that the acquisition and use of power over others is the ideal goal in life. Definitely not me. Worthy of the highest respect. Sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Nope, definitely not. Sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish and dreams of ruling the world. Also not true. That sounds like too much fucking work. Am I married? Nope, but I do worship Leto. I guess I did see 30 Seconds to Mars the other week, so. Was that worth it? Can I comment that we've had like 3 dwarves that want to rule the world in this fort and like 4 that want to be legendary warriors? I haven't drank since I left Vegas, no. I got back from Vegas on... Like, I didn't drink at all on Monday, and I got back on Monday. So I haven't had a drink since Sunday. And admittedly, I had a drink on Sunday because I was watching fucking Blink-182 on a stage. And then Green Day. So, like, naturally, I had a drink on Sunday. But I haven't had a drink since Sunday. So no more drinks? Fuck! What do I do with the ones in my fridge, then, that I just haven't drank yet? Go for it, rule the world before Halloween? Oh, boy. I mean, I went to TwitchCon, right? I got to meet a lot of other streamers, talk with a lot of other streamers, and see a lot of other streamers running around, doing all their things. I gotta say, I don't want to be the most popular person on this website because I don't like most of the most popular people on this website. There's this certain personality type that you need to have to be really, really good in popularity-based industries. I am not that person. There's a reason that whenever my streams end, I usually just raid somebody with like 10 viewers in the Dwarf Fortress directory. Instead of like, going, all right, where's your channel with like 2,000 viewers I could get a big shout out from? No, it's like, okay, who actually needs help? Which is why I'm not bigger than I am. I think a friend of mine's drunk. He's DMing me and saying that I'm awesome. All right, let's let them go. Next up, Nil. I'll scroll up until I find somebody who said pick me. Also, chat room, thank you very much for the little hype train. And thank you very much, Giraffe, for the $1. Alonzo for the 5-pack of gift subs. And Totally Not Creed. That resub, of course. Let's go with... Sadex. Trapped a Banshee and Obsidian. Wait, like a... When you say Banshee, is this like a modded creature or like a demon? Whoa! Hey, Nori! Thanks for the not the 5-pack, the 10-pack. I can read. The 10 gifted subs. Blind does not equal XQC. No. Weird skill and work choice. Yeah. Somebody said something that I'm trying to find it again. The Banshee. That would be fun in adventure mode, but you get my point. Yeah. Shark Jumping Walrus, thanks for the $1.49. And Bluffing Through, thanks for the $5. And Rolf, thanks for gifting a sub to Glass Half Empty. Good lord. Someone's got to dissect fish. It's for, as part of trapping stuff. Poor empathy, sounds like me. Leisurely, good stuff. She is utterly languid pace of easy living. Calm and slow. Incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, but perhaps a foolhardily and will most likely live because they will get there last because they left so late. This is the dwarf that's very, very brave and wants to fight, but instead of actually getting to the combat situation, they're just sleeping. You know the types of dwarfs that I'm talking about, Chad? Like, everybody's ran into dwarves like that before, right? Also, I would like to remind everybody on the one actual interaction I had with XQC at a convention. So that's TwitchCon in 2019. I was in the partner lounge with a bunch of other Twitch partners. We were all talking. A couple StarCraft people, a couple Minecraft people, a couple people from my niche. And we're all just talking about business and shit. And XQC was standing by himself with a cup of coffee, pacing back and forth at the corner of the room. And I got up and wandered, and we knew that it was XQC, and when I was just like, why is he's been there for like 20 minutes. I got up and I wandered over and I was like, you know, like, if you're bored, you can just hang out with us. And you know what his response was? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody famous. Specifically, sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody more important. So, then he proceeded to sit there for another 30 minutes. It was like an hour. I don't know what he was waiting for. He just kind of wandered off at a point. So, yeah. Anyway. She is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She is uncomfortable around others that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is often nervous and she could be considered rude. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she is trusting. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she does not easily fall in love or develop... She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Thank you so much. She tends to not think before acting and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, isn't particularly ambitious, and tends to be passive in discussions, rarely happy or enthusiastic, is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she tends to avoid crowds. She gets exasperated. When she gets exasperated, she often points and shakes her finger. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Dwarf. Good lord. Level 5 hype train, chat room. Thank you so much. All right, so this dwarf, I think, even though they dream of crafting a masterwork, I think I'm going to put them into the ranged squad. Because of that braveness that they has. Let's do a couple more. If anybody else still really wants a dwarf that doesn't have one yet, here, I'll give you one. Lyagushka. Anybody else would like a dwarf, say pick me. Suited Giraffe with the 10-pack. Good God. This hype train keeps going, apparently. Now's the time to check your Prime subs. On the topic of much nicer people who used to be very large Twitch partners, and probably is a Twitch partner again now, I would assume. Ninja. He's a nice dude. I like that guy. He's kind of strange on his streams, but he's a nice person. He prefers to be alone and does not find most jokes humorous. He tends to do things correctly each time, and he does not often feel envious of others. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Chat, you're moving too fast. What in the hell? He tries to keep his things orderly, and he has a greedy streak. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and he doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. It's 4 lovers. You go get him, dude. You're related. Your older half-brother is Jangles. Rest in peace. I guess you're here to visit the ghost of your older half-brother. Shadow Absorber is your niece. Bastest your other niece. Good stuff. Cool. I have to scroll all the way the hell up because you guys leveled it up to level 5. So Suited Giraffe, thank you very much for the 10 pack of gift subs. Blue Owl, thanks for the 5 pack of gift subs. And Creed, thank you very much for the 10 pack of gift subs. I know that you've been asking for a dwarf for a while. So Creed, you know what? You can have a dwarf. Assuming I get another one. That actually is the end of this migrant wave. So I will just give you one of the other ones that haven't been named yet. Creed is very slow to anger. I'm here to run away from those. I'm here to run away from those 4 lovers. They all figured it out, guys. Run away. Chat go Noom. Indeed. Devilon, thanks for the $2. Elfie, thanks for the $1. He is very slow to anger, and he doesn't often feel envious of others. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He has a little interest in joking around, and he tends to think before acting, and he is quick to form negative views about things, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he is a friendly individual, and he has a calm demeanor, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of crafting masterwork someday, and personally sees the attainment of knowledge... Wait, sorry. Thursday thinks it is of the utmost importance to hold a bold face and never grouse or complain, or even show emotion. Finds romance distasteful. Finds introspection to be a waste of time. Typical alpha. Between dreams of creating a great work of art and dreams of crafting a masterwork. You know, I'm pretty sure that great work of art is a more general thing than masterwork, but I'd need to check the wiki, to be honest with you. I know that masterwork is specifically a masterwork tier item, whereas great work of art seems to be a more generalized version of that. Also need to get those statues into here. Is there a max hype train level? It used to be level 5, now it's unlimited. I think the highest ever hype train on Twitch was like at level 100 something. The highest one I've ever had was level 17. But when we had a level 17 hype train, I also had like 2,000 concurrent viewers, so... And the only reason we hit that was because I want to say it was retired Navy vet, gifted 100 subs, and then like $250 in bits. You have it installed, but you're not sure what to do with it? Turn off everything is my advice. Turn off literally everything it does. And then slowly over time, you will find settings and tools that you want to use that other people will recommend and then turn them on. I think DFHack is kind of bad if it does everything that it wants to do, because it wants to automate the game for you, basically. Which some people want. I don't like that. At some point, I'm kind of slowly working towards this, but it takes me a while to like get the experience to be able to like do this confidently. I need to make a video which is just my recommended DFHack settings. That's something I really need to do. $100 subs are by far not even enough for, not even a level 5? That's not true. Maybe if it's set to hard. There's different difficulties for the hype trains that different streamers can set. So people with much larger view counts can make it like require a lot more subscriptions to level up. Trust me, 100 subs is more than enough for a level 5 hype train. There is a disable all feature. Disable overlay. Disables all overlays. That disables everything that DFHack does. And then just hit tab to turn it on. Or tilde, yeah, to turn it on. And then enable overlay. Then you wait. And it's back. Van Ori, you've done more than enough. Thank you very much for the 10 pack. I appreciate you. Trust me, me talking about the highest numbers I've ever had is not a freaking challenge.
Chat go Nayum.
I need to go get more coffee. I will be right back. Thank you very much for the absolutely nutty hype train, chat room. 57 subscriptions and $10.49 in bits. Appreciate you, chat. You can't drink all these beers, sports. Depends on the kind of sports, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Mario needs weapon racks. I can't sell traction benches. Well, that's great. Wasn't planning on that anyway. Yes, and I get a 70% cut from subs because people are very kind to me. All right. So with all of that being said, where are we? I was moving this way. I was working on this. So right above this. Ooh, that's kind of terrifying. There's a giant cave spider out here, chat. Blue name is friendly. I don't know what you mean by blue name. You have to go to this screen. Blue name usually means zombie. If you go to this screen and it says hostile, it's not friendly. If it says undead, it's not friendly. If it says wild animal or current resident or anything that's green, it shouldn't be friendly, or it should be friend. If it says that it's friendly, it's friendly. But green name does not automatically mean friendly, no. Seeing if I can skip through this. Cavern layer. No, I can't. Okay. It's okay. I can start this, though. So I want to kind of make a really big lava reservoir. Could I go from here down? Okay, so what I'm going to do and do that. Gonna dig up to here. And lastly, and dig up to here. And then I'm going to give them a way out. And by way out, I mean dig over to here. Then down into here. It's going to look like a bit of a mess, but it'll get better. So this is going to be to start burning trade wagons. Because we have ghosts. Limited run Halloween fort, yes. So not a permanent fort, but Halloween fort. Oops. Well, look at that. We just discovered another deep cavern, deep underground, and it has water! It has water! I can make power now. And it drains off the side of the map. Excellent! Fantasmicals. Fantastic. All right. Water, 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 water. Exactly. What are you gonna do about it anyway? All right, so now that we've done that, dig this out. Put a boulder right here. Why is water important? I need it for power. I need a large source of water for power, and I don't feel like using the aquifer because it's too freaking far away. You weren't afraid of water until playing Dwarf Fortress. That's, yeah, I can relate. It's funny. I'm not afraid of lava at all. I'm afraid of water. Subnautica did that to you? Subnautica made you afraid of water? I can believe that. Just kind of in the, whatever the fear of deep water thing is. Unlocks phobias you didn't realize you had. I know a couple people who started playing that game and weren't able to finish it because of that. I can't watch streams of Subnautica because of how motion sick it makes me. Thalassophobia? Sure, probably. I always confuse it with agoraphobia for whatever reason. Give up the good work. Cheers, Blue Owl. Thanks for everything you do. See you when we see you, dude. I don't know how long I'll actually be on today. I mean, I've been live for almost 6 hours total. I think it's likely I'll do I want to get this reservoir done. Well, it's likely I'll be doing a bit more Dwarf Fortress today. And then after Dwarfs is over, I will be playing some more City Skylines. Because, I don't know. I want to like that game real bad. Just a pro tip for the future, Sadix. Please don't shout out other people's channels in my chat. That's my job to do, unless it's like the main format of discussion. Please don't shout out other channels in my chat. Just don't do that. It's kind of a Twitch etiquette thing. Unless I'm talking about other people's channels. It's kind of like walking into a McDonald's and screaming Wendy's is better. And you know what? You'd be right. But besides the point. How about SimCity 3000? 3000 is better than 2000, though. Like, we're talking old SimCities. I mean, I could. I mean, there is a pretty active modding community for SimCity 3000 that makes it, like, play at normal resolutions. I never said I was going soon. I said I was changing games soon. But even then, I don't want that. Like, even if I'm rating somebody, I don't really want you to go suggesting channels. Because then it makes people think that I'm playing favorites, which I do. And then it makes people think that there's, like, animosity between people because I don't raid somebody, and it's like, shush. Stop it. You know, as somebody who used to clean McDonald's for a living, the period of time that I worked there where we had all-day breakfast is the least clean everything was and the only time that we ever failed health inspections in Canada. Canadian health inspections are significantly easier to fail than American health inspections. So if you want to get food poisoning, ask for 24-hour places that have all-day breakfast. That's all I have to say. Around. Yeah, I mean, I can make scrambled eggs and toast at 3 o'clock in the morning and no one's going to judge me. And I won't get food poisoning. I've never been to a Waffle House, nor have I seen a Waffle House. Is there Waffle House in Canada? I don't know. I haven't been to all of Canada. Canada's a big country. Are terrible? Then? I worked for McDonald's for too fucking long, so I'm kind of biased in that everything that McDonald's has is god-awful garbage that shouldn't exist. Which was also kind of funny, because the day before TwitchCon started, the McDonald's Managers Convention was happening. Because apparently that's a thing. Cybrick the Bone Carver is withdrawn from society. Talented bone carver. So wouldn't you go for a craft store shop? But I have craft store shop. 2 of them. At least I thought I did. Do I not? Maybe I don't. There's a diner on the campus that has a B rating. What the fuck does that even mean? Should I not eat there? It's literally the grossest. Literally the McDonald's has an A. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I didn't have any of those. Jeez. Pictures of skeletons. I'll slaughter the one rooster I have, I suppose. Maybe B equals better than before. It's like it's a sign of improvement. There goes the rooster, indeed. Geek2 Games, thanks for continuing that subscription you got from Rayleak. Also bringing us up to almost 1,100 subscriptions again. Keep taking this out. How goes the poor decisions hole of short people? Could be worse. Geek2 Games. Thank you much, man. How do you make paper? That is a very good question. I would need to consult the wiki. I'm not actually joking. Because I very rarely do it. I usually just import it. Paper industry. All right, so you can either use cloth plants and then you make it at a mill. You make it into a slurry at a mill or quern, and then you use a screw press to press it into paper or sheet, which then at a craft dwarf's workshop is made into a quire, or made into a scroll. If you have a scroll roller, which is made at one of multiple shops. And then you make them into a quire, and then they can be written into stuff, and then they can be bound into a book using thread. Or you could use papyrus plant, which could be made into papyrus sheet at a farmer's workshop, which could be made into a quire and then a book. Or alternatively, you could use calciate carbonate stones, which is calcite, chalk, limestone, or marble. You can make quicklime at a kiln out of that. Use an ashery to make milk of lime, and then you can use skin and a tanner's shop to make parchment. And Freeways the Dyer has been found dead because Mistum the Ghost batters Freeways the Dyer, and Freeways, unfortunately, wow, that's a lot of blood. Holy crap. Unfortunately, Freeways is no longer with us. Doesn't even get a combat log. It's literally just like he got ripped apart. And shoutouts to the mayor, Cybrek, who's going around cleaning it all up. But here's the paper industry, like, flowchart, if you want it. from the wiki, which is why I needed to look it up. Meanwhile, Telenartho's over here just hanging out. How many ghosts do we have on the map right now? Currently, there is 2 ghosts on the map currently. Freeways got ghosted. Oh, no. Generally, it's me that gets ghosted. It's an elk bird corpse coming up here. Also, I need to check this artifact. Stacked cloth, skeletons. Stacked cloth and skeletons. That's interesting. I don't know if I'm going to be able to complete that. Let's just put cloth in that stockpile and see if that helps. And then let's go back over to this and keep taking this out. Well, to give you an idea, I can't actually eat at American fast food restaurants because it doesn't taste like food. Like, genuine statement. As somebody who worked in fast food for, like, almost 8 years, I can't eat in American McDonald's. Like, American McNuggets taste like, they taste metallic. Is the only way I can describe. Like, I've had McDonald's at multiple different American restaurants. Also had like American Wendy's. I've had White Castle and like a few other American only chains. And it's like, it makes a lot of sense that Canadian food standards are higher. That's why your plastics industry does so well. It makes sense that Canadian food standards are higher. Like, a lot of sense. Archmetix, thank you very much for the 7th month with Prime. Welcome back. Appreciate you. You will eat as In-N-Out? I've had In-N-Out once, and it was a very, very, very long time ago. So I have no recollection of it. It was also before I worked in fast food, so I, like, yeah. Some iron in your diet. Might as well eat some metal. I have, in fact, streamed Songs of 6 to the person in the YouTube chat. I have, in fact, done that. I'm mostly just waiting on updates that look interesting. You like In-N-Out, but you hate the company. I like lots of things that I hate the company for. There's like 5 in Vegas. To draft. There's also one like right across the border. Ironically, the last time I went to White Castle was the last time I went to Seattle. There's one on the way down to Seattle. Or more specifically, the last time I drove down to Seattle. We were hungry, so we stopped. I'd rather eat 7-Eleven food. Wait, like In-N-Out has Bible quotes on their placemats? That's kind of sketch. Generally, people that would put Bible quotes on things lean right wing. For some reason, I couldn't quite tell you why, but they do. All right, so I'm gonna put 5 displays in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And these are all going to get emeralds on them. I will do what I damn well please, Diamond. Don't you tell me how to live my life. Oh, never mind. I only have 4, so we'll get 4 in a mug. See, 4 in a mug. That microcline is a good blue. Yeah, they finally figured out how to make it a good blue after like a decade. All right, there we go. I gotta go over here and we gotta brew more drinks from plants. Just until we run out of containers. Actually, I wonder how my bard's doing. Delighted up. Yeah, this dwarf's literally like their whole description is just they want to entertain people, basically. Yeah, they're basically just praying. They do want to practice a craft. I guess I could give you stone cutting. But now that I've clicked that button. It's going to screw up the settings. All right. They're singing a song again. We haven't had the tavern music yet this fort. It's a shame. Oh, shit. Like the game heard me.
Crypt here. I sat down at the perfect time.
I just realized I can pasture that sheep somewhere where it won't be starving. This song is called Drinkin' Industry, and it's from the Dwarf Fortress, like, soundtrack. Hell yeah. Bloody good time, that. Bloody good time. Slam dancing. What in the world is slam dancing? And why am I scared to ask?
This is madness!
Madness. Yeet. Hollow Hobo, how are you? Did you watch Free Practice? I know it was just happening, so. Another round of migrants arrives. Chat, do we want to do another round of this? The whole naming of migrants thing? Chat, do you want a dwarf? Do you?
13 months in October. Bad juju.
13 months in October. I mean, this is world number 13, Fanyogs. Just saying. Van Ori, who I don't think actually has a... Let me double check. No, does not. Sweet. Van Ori doesn't generally think before acting, is unfriendly and disagreeable, and is bothered by this since she values friendship. She is a perfectionist, and she doesn't generally seek retribution for past wrongs. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she has a sense of duty. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She has a calm demeanor, and she often feels discouraged. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and doesn't generally find herself... She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. She doesn't focus on material goods, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She drums her fingers when she's trying to remember something. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally values hard work. Man, would you fit? You would. Look at that. And you're a novice swords dwarf. Fantastic. Next up, we have this peasant. Who's going to go to the wondrous, the lovely, the one, the only. I think Schmitzel actually has a dwarf here, so let me just double check that. Ordith. Let me double check Schmitzel. Yes, your dwarf did migrate here. And you're very happy too. You're making quartzite blocks. Ordith over here. Yeah. I was like, I think that dwarf did the thing. Your old dwarf became spooky. Your old dwarf died in the last fort, because I'm pretty sure I gave you one in the first fort where everybody died. Except for, like, one family, which I was able to, like, expel before they died. She would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She does not tend to be swayed by emotional appeals, and she is quarrelsome. She is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She is curious and eager to learn, and she is quick to anger. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She is assertive, and she likes to take it easy, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. And, she does glass bakas in the fort is related. Silverhawk's her younger half-sister. Animal's a niece. G-Fin's a cousin who is alive, I think. Mice Nerd is the lover, who's already here. Well, look at that. Lover shows up after the fact. Wait, which god did you worship? Japan Bosmo. Another lady dwarf. This is a hunter. This one's an expert marks dwarf. Chillin', no, you haven't yet. Gotcha. This can be baby blue Ford. G-Fin is, in fact, still alive, yes. You have a pet chick, and you worship piss. I wish I could stop saying that. And you're a member of the religion called the Greed of Ink. They're going to demand a temple to the god of piss soon, aren't they? It's going to happen. Let's see. There is nothing so important that is worth telling a lie, she says. She rarely looks on others with lust, and she can be very single-minded, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she often feels discouraged. She is trusting, and she tends to be swayed by emotional appeals and doesn't hold on to grievances, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and she sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and she doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and she dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes gold, milk quartz, and Cody leather. And, there's the chick. There's a... No! No! We have a cat! Crap. Screwed up, chat. It's the beginning of the end. Onuel, the peasant, has arrived. Onuel, you can be... glass... half empty. I already have a dwarf, Merc Domineth, but I appreciate the thought. It's that name, just eat it. You have a point. You do have a point. Actually, that's something they need to fix. Cats need to properly represent their colors, because there's more than just tabbies in Dwarf Fortress. They do all have unique color patterns. We actually have to look at their descriptions. Glass Half Empty is the older brother of Alex Davis, and Schmitzel's is his aunt, and same with Irvad and Vibin. Uncle UGDPY and Uncle Kagenara, as well as cousin and cousin. Look at that. They do have a lover named Solon who doesn't live here. Solon, farewell, Alvida, saying goodbye. Over here we have Glass Half Empty. Is very trusting and feels strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He is very humble, and he's moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He has an active imagination, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He occasionally overindulges, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He occasionally overindulges and often feels discouraged. Rarely feels discouraged, and he is quite polite, and he can handle stress. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and chews his nails when he's thinking. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally views decorum to be a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Sees guile and cunning as He is utterly disgusted by guile and cunning, and would just as soon and have nature and the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit. And values sacrifice. The family is expanding. It's about family. If you didn't know, this is a video game about family. Okay? If you are unaware, it's about family, and if you missed it, it's because it's about family. All right? It's about family, 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 family. The dwarf. Someone got it. All right, so let's see. Who else can I name? Let's go with Rolf, aka Nil. Rolf over here is confident under pressure and is extremely confident of himself in situation requiring his skills. He is rarely jealous and has a strong need to pay and has a strong tendency towards privacy. Also, full disclosure, I haven't actually seen any of the Fast and Furious movies since Tokyo Drift. But I did once see a supercut compilation of every single time the word family is said in the entire franchise, which is why that stuck in the brain. He has a strong tendency towards privacy, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he doesn't seek out excitement. That was the one you watched as well. Excellent. I mean, that's the whole synopsis of the entire film, of the entire series, even. To give a dwarf to Vin Diesel now. Shit, you're right. She likes to brawl, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she doesn't focus on material goods. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and often greets others with a hug. There is one other person I do need to give a dwarf to, because honestly, I think a dwarf has earned one. Personally does not care about friendship and doesn't particularly respect commerce and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And there goes that dwarf. Now this dwarf, this can be bluffing through. Bluffing through, you do everything in your power to avoid excitement and stress, and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. And she works to square this natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess. She has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. And she tries to return favors. She tends to avoid crowds and could be considered rude. And she lives a fast-paced life, and she has a calm demeanor, and she's not particularly interested in what others think of her. In her context, she blems when she's trying to remember something, and she often gives her knuckles a good crack when she's thinking hard. And when she's nervous, she tends to stretch her body. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally respects eloquent speakers and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and sees perseverance as in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't care about art, one way or another. Her mom is Olin, who's already here, and she's got a pretty big family as well. Speaking of family. All right, so that brings us to the end. So let's find a dwarf with a big old beard. Right here, and I'm gonna give this one to Neezer. Neezer, you're now a carpenter, and he is very friendly and always tries to say nice things to others. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He lives a fast-paced life, and he often feels discouraged. He generally acts impartially, and is rarely moved to mercy, and prefers to present himself modestly. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. And he intends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Except for the art gotcha. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he can handle stress. He could be considered rude and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and personally values independence and sees life as unfair, doesn't mind it that way. And this looks like Vin Diesel. He's got the correct amount of hair. How do you spell Diesel? D-S-I-E-L? I need to actually look at his last name. D-I-E-S-E-L. Okay. D-I-E-S-E-L. Riddick. That accurate. Vin Diesel is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. Could be considered rude. Tends to think before acting. Finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He has an active sense of humor, sure. A tendency to go alone, all right, without considering the advice of others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I don't actually think that's true. He dreams of mastering a skill, and he personally feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish because it's about family, and does not care about fairness, but it's about family. Is married. It's about family. Opposite day dwarf. Pretty much, yeah. That's like the opposite of Vin Diesel. All right, so let's work on this a little more. Okay, how much Gabbro do I currently have? That's something I need to figure out. Quite a few. Quite a few, okay. Let's make Floodgate. Rock Floodgate. Sure, 10's fine. Gabbro? Let's do 20. Also Gabbro. John Gass, who dat? Start up a sawmill. Damn right. I don't call it a carpenter beard for nothing. Or a lumberjack beard or whatever the heck. I don't know why that one keeps getting canceled of all the jobs. Gotta be careful, because if I dig out the bottom of this, then this will collapse. Actually, no, it probably won't, because it's connected to the stairs. So this down here is going to be a lava reservoir, which we're going to use to start a civil war. And by that, I mean setting the trade caravans on fire. Your brother is currently fighting a mosquito. Pray for his victory. I will pray for his victory. Commencing prayer. Prayer completed. Beep boop. People calling Vin Diesel Vinny is just a very funny thing to me. Speaking of merchants, they've just embarked on their journey. Because currently I've got more than enough dwarves. We can complete this task with the amount of dwarves we currently have. Vine sauce is Diesel. You know, one of my favorite videos on the internet is the Folding Ideas video of what is a Vine sauce video, or what is Vine sauce. And it's a video explaining what Vine sauce is in the style of Vine sauce. Like from a business sense, like what the actual channel is and who runs it, who owns it, and the other channels that that dude has run in the past and still runs. It's fascinating. Sounds like there needs to be a snake oil in there somewhere, Giraffe. What's up, Dabby Dooby Doo? Having a spooky good day? You know it. Although it's not Friday the 13th anymore, so it's not that spooky. It's just normal Halloween month spooky, which is just normal spooky for me. Capazord, or Napazord, thank you very much for the raid. First raid of the day, actually. Cheers. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? How thing, dude? How was Strim? What were you guys up to today? Mods, gotta get a shout out, please. Go around the edges. Must protect the fort from the raiders. They're here to snatch the children. Or, I don't know, take the coffee. Played Timberborn, gotcha. Had to plant a lot of canola to fix your food industry. Oh, okay. You know, I have a question. What is the main foodstuffs that the beavers in that game eat? As I played a little bit when it first went into early access, and I haven't thought about that game in a while. What is the main food source in that game? Because if it isn't trees, I would like to know exactly who these beavers are, because they are imposters and clearly not actually beavers. Different factions? No, they all eat trees. Berries and these ain't beavers. You, like, clearly this isn't a Canadian-made beaver-themed game. I know for a fact it is. The studio's not in Canada. But, like, come on. They eat trees. Their faces. Or if you live in northern Canada, your internet line. You got a dwarf stricken by melancholy because I failed the artifact. Oh no! They're British beavers and eat beans. Bean stalks, you mean? Stop us from getting to the giants? One of my favorite articles during the pandemic actually was, meanwhile in Canada, beaver shuts down internet and power for a small town by chewing through a telephone line. So it was like all of these like horrifying articles about the very early days of the pandemic and just like, oh no, the world's ending. Oh God, everybody's locked inside. Lockdowns. It's a pandemic. Bah! And then just like, meanwhile in Canada, beaver shuts down all of power and all of the internet for a town of 7,000 people by chewing through the phone line. United States beavers eats plastic. I thought they would eat modified corn syrup. Or high fructose corn syrup or whatever. They do actually eat the bark, and then they gnaw through the rest of the tree. I am a beaver and I eat pumpkin pie. Can I be that kind of beaver? Because I would love to eat some pumpkin pie. Should go buy a pumpkin and then just make some pumpkin pie. What the fuck is homo milk? It's homogenized milk. It's a shorthand term for homogenized milk. Nobody calls it homo milk. Everybody calls it homogenized milk. Also, it's a thing you can buy in America, so why do I have to explain that to you? The wear monitor has lizard Misami Kibella Fawitha Imile has come. A large monitor lizard twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, in that order, and its raw umber scales are large and overlapping. You will know why you fear the night. Well, it's fighting with a... Wow! Man, you traitor. Well, we may be about to lose a bone doctor. So this is the were monitor lizard. This is the second were creature we've seen in this fort. I'm also going to lock this door. Well, you've been bit, probably. Yep, you've been bit. So, Ravagor here has been bit. They're continuing to fight. Rip fort? Nah, we'll be fine. It's got to go real deep to actually be a threat. This dwarf is currently stunned. As long as it's just the one dwarf, it should be okay. Alright, well, you're currently... Oh, there you are. You're underneath the mushrooms. Unconscious, now dead. Rest in peace. Okay, I will close this. Killed both dwarf and sheep. Ripped apart a hen? Okay, he's also fighting with a traitor who's been bit. Who's dead now, which is... Okay, that's good. So killed Saigon, so we got at least 2 more ghosts incoming. He's fighting with a hen. The hen has been found dead. Who, by the way... is legendary at something. Not telling me what it is, though. Currently fighting with Thykut, who's a kid. The child punches him, bruising it. Aware monitor takes the dwarven child by the second toe on the right foot with its right hand. Aware monitor grabs the child. Child punches it, bruising it. The monitor begins to strangle it. Child has not been bit yet. Napazor, you have a good night. Thank you very much for the raid, dude. Oh boy. Continues to strangle the child. Continues to strangle the child. Continues to strangle the child. The funny thing is, I was gonna say, if that didn't kill the child, that would probably save the child's life. Not actually fighting with anything currently. Okay, so I've had 1 raid today. 1. I never said people don't raid me. I said I don't get the quantity of raids that other channels get. I do get a handful here and there, but they're usually quite small in comparison to my size. People my size don't raid me, is the issue. Zwari HC, what's up, dude? All right, you are now an elf again. Fortunately, they did us the favor of killing all of the people that they attacked. What are you Oh, you still don't want to tell me what you're legendary in? You're a dabbling ambusher, though. Was satisfied upon improving biting. It's a bad thing for a were creature to be satisfied about. We're just waiting for the dwarves to get up here. And you're dead. Spear Dwarf stabs the elf in the head with an iron short sword, and severed part sails off in an arc. Now we can unlock this. All right, let's get this done. We're getting pretty close. I think I'm just going to start going around here. So just as a reminder to everybody, the theme of this fort is I'm not memorializing any bodies. Meaning, yeah, there's going to be a lot of ghosts. And that's about it. And that's kind of by design, the lot of ghosts thing. I mean, it's still Dwarf Fortress. Fatherwind. About it. I like Dwarf Fortress. A lot of people get hung up on small changes. I'm not one of those people. Turns out, I like Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress. A lot of boulders falling. Bronze pick at the top there. Someone coming to get that? Yeah, where creatures transforming cures their hunger and thirst. So they'll get slightly hungry before they transform every time, but they can actually live in a box infinitely until they go nuts. Rusty, the militia commander, has been possessed. Guess I don't have enough rooms, hey? Yeah, looks like it. Any murderous ghosts? I've had like 4 people killed by ghosts, so yeah. Definitely have murderous ghosts. Claim to Boyer's workshop, really? Interesting. All right, not actually that many dwarves still need bedrooms. It's not too bad. I actually need to go through and make statues for other dwarves too. Like if they died with unfinished business? Best story of that I've ever seen didn't happen to me, but happened to a viewer of mine. Well, actually, there was 2 that I can think of. One that happened to me and the one that happened to a viewer of mine. The one that happened to a viewer of mine was they had a child that was killed by a vampire, and they saw the vampire killing the child, and so they locked the vampire in with the child in the room that they killed the child in, and then the child immediately came back as a ghost and then proceeded to batter the crap out of the vampire for about a year before he finally killed it. Because children aren't that strong, and vampires are very strong. They are very resilient. This child beat the ever-living shit out of this vampire for a little year before it died. I once had a dwarf that I forgot to memorialize, and a year after they were killed, they came back. They were murdered by another dwarf in the fort. They came back and possessed the dwarf that murdered them. And then while they'd possessed the dwarf that murdered them, they went and made that dwarf admit the crime to Minecraft YouTuber reference? What? Not even. And then went and told the captain of the guard, like basically confessed to the murder on behalf of themselves. So they possessed their murderer and then went and confessed the crime, which was cool because I had no witnesses for it. Yes, absolutely. Dwarves usually hang around. Like, there's a full list of all the stuff that they can do in the wiki, but yes, that is one of the things that they'll do. Rusty, the militia commander, has created Bangangnol Deslabad, Tower Cap crossbow, and offers it to the everlasting ghost of terror. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. We'll actually have to use that, probably. This is a tower cap crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square-cut pyrites and encircled with bands of tower cap and avocado wood. This object menaces with spikes of pomegranate wood. We'll absolutely need to use that. If Possessed to Confessed was an album name, Getting Away with Murder by Papa Roach would not be on that album. If only the witnesses didn't come back to life. You're not wrong. You did get away with it for a whole year. One of your dwarves made a gold whip. What do you mean for old time's sake? Make it sound like the game is dead. Ah. A vile force of darkness has arrived. And Giraffe used to be rich. Now, I do know that this is a small siege. But I want to play some City Skylines today. So I think what we're going to do, Chad, is we're going to call this a cliffhanger.
I'm a fire in my leg.
Suited, are you okay? Jesus Christ, man. You guys are like on a quest to like pay for all of my drinks that I had in Vegas, and also my trip to Vegas, and also the lost revenue from Vegas. What in the hell, dude? Only curious more cowbell. This is true. It does need more cowbell. But anyways, chat room, I think that's it for Dwarf Fortress for the day. That is it for Dwarf Fortress for the day. Thank you very much for the $100, Suited Giraffe. You mad lad. Chat room, here on Twitch. We're going to keep streaming. We're going to keep streaming for another 4.5 hairs past a wrinkle. And for the folks over on YouTube, chat room, now's the opportunity to say goodbye, YouTube, because this is where I'm going to split the VOD for the VODs channel. And if you want to find the VODs for these streams, go over to Blind Extras, the YouTube channel. It should be linked in the description of all the videos that I upload to the main channel, and also linked on the main channel. That's where the VODs go. So the VODs from the stream will not be available. It'll just be unlisted. But after, like, video goes down, it'll go up in a couple days on the Blind Extras YouTube channel. So if you want to find VODs, you can find them there. They'll also be higher quality than they are streamed to YouTube, so they'll look better. And it's been fun. So YouTube, if you want to watch some City Skylines too, hop over to Twitch. Otherwise, I would say goodbye for the day. Thanks everybody for hanging out. All right, the YouTube's channel is offline, which means we're now free to say mean things about YouTube. Yeah, I only do the Dwarf Fortress segments on YouTube, so because that's kind of what the YouTube channel cares about, is the YouTube side of things. You always catch the end of my DF segments. It's not a me problem, mate. Certainly not a me problem. Also, you guys want to see something nice? Check this out. The YouTube stream got 669 views. Eh. Hello, Keely's Network. What's up? All right, let's set up for some City Skylines too. I did put a marker in the chat, didn't I? No, I didn't. Shit, I should do that.